The report in itself is tagged confidential, meaning that an express authorization is first warranted by the department and the minister from the author, because that particular report was commissioned at the behest of the department. But however, because they are the authors, we still need to seek their authorization in terms of Section 44(1)(a) of the PIA Act. That would be number one. Again, as I've stated, we need to protect personal information of third parties. There are individuals that are identified in the report themselves, which may lead to either disciplinary, civil, or criminal charges. And it would be prejudicial to those particular processes if before these particular individuals are informed of these particular processes, they hear these things in the public platform, which that may create a serious litigation against the department as well. I do believe that there's in one of our entities, we are behest with the legal litigation insofar as disclosing, contravening the provisions of POPI, and which that particular piece of legislation prescribe a fine of up to 10 million, if memory still serves me correct, or if the provision of that particular act has not changed as well. So I'm chair as well as the members on the platform. It is on these particular premises that the document has not been made public as yet, because it's still going under those particular processes. We've also, as a department, and as we usually do, try to redact or sever certain information in order to protect the integrity of the report, as well as those particular individuals that may be identified by the report, so that we can make it available. But in this instance, we were of the view that a redaction report would still not serve the intended purposes. And it is on those premises that we thought that it is not prudent as yet to share this particular report, Chair and members. My apologies for having not switched the camera on as yet. So those are the number of the reasons. Also, Chair, we've came and appeared before this particular committee, notwithstanding the fact that the committee itself is the one that requested this particular report to answer the earlier question. We thought it prudent that let us take the members into confidence, and we were also of the view that they will also seek legal advice as to the manner in which this particular matter can be addressed, because it has serious legal implications. It has nothing to do with hiding. It's just a matter of due processes, as the department, as we advise the department to ensure that they follow due processes to avert any impending litigation that may arise as a consequence of same. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Before I'm going to make a ruling now, and I thought with the legal advisor's input that I would see less hands. I want to pose the following question. When will the implicated parties be informed?
Thank you, Chair. The current labor relation update that we have indicates that the initiators have all been appointed in terms of the people that will be serving as initiators. The process of appointment of the presiding officer is being finalized by our labor relations unit, and the charge sheet will be finalized by the 7th of August. That is the charge sheet that will then be issued to the individuals as cited in the report. On the 7th of August is the labor relation update that we have.
7th of August. Okay. The ruling will be as follows, that we are going to proceed with this meeting. We, as a committee, we adopted this program in the way it is, and as committee members, we should have then have the opportunity, and it was the ideal moment for us to raise all of these things that we are raising now. So we are going to proceed with the presentations following deliberations, and we will then also be guided by the both legal advisors from both the committee and as well as the department. The only thing that I would like the legal representative to do is to put on record that the meeting that we have and the discussions and deliberations that we will have will bear no consequence on all parties present here. Legal department. Please unmute.
Chair, yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, one is not in a particular position to advise as such because as your members might be privy to the report, I do not know what is it that they may pronounce. They may inadvertently pronounce individuals' names or personal information to that effect, and as a consequence of such, the department, I would not speak on behalf of Parliament and the regulatory frameworks that protects Parliament, but on behalf of the department, then that would then may lead the department to susceptible to litigation. So as a consequence of saying, Chair, I'm unable to give a conclusive answer to your question. Thank you.
Okay, the hands is not down yet. I want this meeting to proceed, honorable members. Honorable Nkosi. Please unmute.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, you have covered me when you asked the question with regards to the informing of the officials that are implicated on the report, because now we are held at ransom because of that. And my worry is that the report was prepared by the department, and they know that there were officials implicated. They should have indicated to them before they come this side. To Chair, I'm still supporting you with Comrade Tuhabo when you are Honorable Khabo, when you are saying why the report was not published. I can understand. I see and I hear the legal person indicating that there were some reasons that made them not to release the report. But to be honest, Chair, the department was supposed to do everything before they come to us. And I don't know whether I heard clearly when they are saying Kobodo is not here, those that were investigating, they are not in the meeting now. I don't know. Is it the right thing that the people that were busy with the report are not here with us here? Is it the right thing that they are not invited, or we must not be with them? I just want to ask that question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, honorable members. Chair, let's just take one step back quickly, because I could hear it say the impression is now being created that the department is trying not to release this report. Nothing can be further from the truth. So let's just take one step back. Number one, this department is the one that investigated FIFA. Nobody gave us any pressure. We invited, and then once we got the report, we duly notified the Honorable Chair and all members here. We then was requested by the Honorable Chair to say, can you release the report? And we then said we will release the report only to the members of the Portfolio Committee with the explicit understanding of secrecy. We then release the report to the members of the portfolio committee as such. We are coming here today, having initiated the investigation, having released the form, the report to the honorable members. We're now coming here today, and we are saying that me having signed and accepted the report does not necessarily mean we should release the report. We have no problem releasing the report. All we want to do is just to tell the August House to say there's a few pitfalls that we have. This is not a sprint. Whether we've been having this investigation, SAFSA has not been investigated for more than 10, 15 years. Now there's investigation. It's on black and white, it's not going away. All that I can understand is being asked of this honorable house is, let us go back now and notify the people, and maybe in the next setting we can release the report. But there's no reluctance whatsoever to release a report. We've already released to the portfolio committee. We've already initiated the report. So I just needed to clear on that issue, Honorable Chair, that the department is actually eager to release the report. Thank you.
Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, I think we're all getting a little bit frustrated here. I'd just like to, the substantive point is not whether or not the report has been made public. That's neither here nor there. We are still completely within our rights to go through the report itself. The substantive issue is the fact that the officials have not been notified. However, in my mind, I disagree that this prevents us from interrogating the report, because essentially what we are precluded from doing is making any final findings before those officials have had their right of reply. And that's the important, test within our law, is that they essentially are given a right to reply. I will refer the legal team to 2022, when this exact same issue came before SCOPA, and they declared that the request by the department to keep a confidential forensic investigation about the national, I think it was the student aid scheme or whatever it is, was basically overturned by them, and they denied that request. And they were able to interrogate that forensic report. By its very nature, we are dealing with public money that is being spent on behalf of the sort of, citizens of South Africa, and by its very nature, it cannot be confidential. Whether the report is made public by the minister or not is neither here nor there. It doesn't have to be made public for it to be a report. But I would like us to possibly proceed with this. I do not see any vested interest from the minister's side with regards to this investigation. It's way before his time. So I don't feel that there's any, on his side in terms of holding it back. But I don't think we are precluded from interrogating this. What I think we are precluded from doing is making any final recommendations with regards to it. But I would really like to interrogate it, particularly because I don't think it's complete. And there are some things that are missing from the report that possibly the minister and his team can benefit from having an interrogation on this report, and that possibly it might need to be expanded, but that's a decision that will need to be made at a later stage. But I do not think that we are precluded from it. Just as a last point, Chair, I think PAJA is probably more applicable here. I'm getting very tired of the over-reliance and abuse of papaya, particularly with regards to government. Government officials are held to high standards, and papaya is very clear on that. Releasing details, etc., with regards to mismanagement and corruption in the public space is not as stringent as it is on personal information of a private individual. And I think that distinction needs to be clearly made. It's actually come up in this committee before. And I think it was Netball South Africa, if I'm not mistaken, where they refused to release details for this exact same reason. And the legal advice coming from Parliament was that they could not rely on papaya in this instance. Thank you.
Honorable Kabu.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Look, I fully agree with the Honorable Potgieter. We can't agree with the intimidation tactics that wants to be employed or applied by the legal unit, because there is nothing stopping us from interrogating the substance and methodology without even declaring anyone guilty on the Gobodo investigation report. For argument's sake, we can even request clarity on the terms of reference. How was it formulated? Who agreed to that? It has nothing to do with the individual. Secondly, Chairperson, we can even ask about the process without mentioning individuals who are involved in that process. I would plead with the legal unit to not be tempted to believe that we are that much of stupids and individuals who disregard the law. And I fully agree. The administrative justice must be applied, and the constitutional, the constitution of this country supersedes any act, and it is very clear on how we should conduct our affairs as the public administrators. So with that being said, Chairperson, I don't think it would be necessary for us to continue debating this matter, especially when the legal unit cannot clearly clarify as to what are the legal authority that prevents us from entertaining this report, especially when we also acknowledge that we will not prejudice any individual in our deliberation. So with that being said, Chairperson, I fully agree with the Honorable Potgieter. We are going to continue with this engagement, and we'll take note on areas that we know very well that we don't have to venture in because it might have legal implications. And the last part is that, Chairperson, it cannot be that the department would want to bring a lame excuse of that individuals have not been informed. It is not our problem. They had 2 months to inform these individuals. In fact, the DG must also be taken to task to clarify as to why has this matter taken this long for them to be processed. But with that being said, Chairperson, I would plead and agree with Honorable Potgieter that let's continue with our engagements in line with those specifics that we have identified, dealing with the process, methodology, interrogating even fully the controls that we expected from the side of the department. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable members, it's your meeting, and I don't want to stifle debate. But what the Honorable Gabo has now said, as well as Honorable Potgieter, will you allow me to proceed with this meeting and then the department make its presentation? And we based our deliberations on both inputs of Honorable Gabo and Honorable Potgieter. Please, I'm asking for your indulgence. Thank you so much. The department, please proceed with your presentation. I am not going to take any questions or any hands. Thanks for understanding, honorable members. The department.
Very much, Chairperson. I'll hand over to the Chief Audit Executive and the Gobodo. Thank you.
Thank you, DG and Chair. Chair, this presentation will be done by the Gobodo Forensic Investigation Team, as they have conducted this work in accordance with the terms of reference. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chief Audit Executive. Thank you, Chairperson. Through you, Chairperson, my name is Karabusi Uhudi. I'm from Gobodo. I was just going to ask if can I be permitted to upload the presentation that we have prepared, which in a nutshell summarize the outcome of the investigation that we conducted at CIFSA when we did the investigation, as well as when we were appointed by the department to conduct this particular investigation.
Portfolio Secretary, please allow to share.
Yes, Chair, we've given the Gobodo sharing rights.
Okay, Secretary, if you can just inform me whether the presentation on your end as well as on the end of the honorable members is visible, so that I can commence with the presentation based on the PowerPoint. Thank you. Chairperson, we've prepared, as I indicated, this presentation as a result of the outcome of the investigation that we have conducted, which was based on the terms of reference as appointed by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture some time ago. So we've prepared about 12 slides just for presentation and taking the members through from a high-level perspective, also touching here and there on the specific. And this presentation was prepared based on the final investigation report that we have submitted and that we have discussed at length with members of the department. On slide number 2, I'm just giving the topics there as far as the contents of the presentation is going to unfold, which is the background, how we were appointed, and the scope that we relied upon in conducting the investigation. Slide number 2 is the process and investigation approach that we took, given the fact that we had to deploy various process and procedure from an investigation point of view in conducting the investigation. And then slide number 3 is the findings and some of the conclusions that we made when we did the investigation. Slide number 4 will talk about the recommendation. Number 5 will mainly touch on some of the main challenges that we encountered. And as Chair will know that most of this particular investigation that are embarked upon, there can be a few or quite a number of substantive challenges that needs to be dealt with in order to ensure that all the hurdles are crossed. As far as the background and the scope is concerned, is that, as I indicated, we were appointed by the department to say, please conduct an investigation on the Creative and Cultural Industry Federation of South Africa. That investigation, there were 4 main elements that formed the basis of our scope, which was to determine the amount and total amount that the department has paid to SIFSA over the years effective from 2014, 2015 to the 2013, 2024 financial years. We needed to determine and investigate the reporting, because those findings, Chairperson, they were issued in terms of there was memorandum of agreements that were prepared, service level of agreement contracts concluded between the parties, which is the department and SIFSA. So we needed to determine if the conditions and the requirements of those MOAs were complied with by SIFSA for the purpose of the department. We needed to also determine and investigate any possible irregular expenditure that may have been incurred during the process of the funding, and make a report and recommendations on that. And then lastly, there, Chairperson, obviously now, given the fact that this was funding that was allocated by the department, the officials within the department, based on their functions, their responsibilities, which were given the task and given delegated authority to manage the entire contracts and the entire MOAs between the department and SIFSA. So we needed to make that investigation and determination to say what, based on the conditions of the funding that was paid, to say what obligations, what conditions were SIFSA required to meet in order to receive the funding, and what was the purpose of those funding, and how was processes put in place in the department to ensure that money allocated to SIFSA were spent in line with the requirements of the MOA. Slide number 4 is the processes, the tasks and activities that we performed. I should indicate, Chairperson and the members, these are some of the investigation procedures and the approach that we took when we did the investigation. There are others, of course, as indicated in the main report, whereby, as you members will know, that investigations rely mainly on evidence in terms of collecting documentary evidence, documentary records, which one needs to spend time and hours and days in perusing, reviewing, obtaining an understanding of that. So there were payment reports that we relied on, which we sourced from the department, payment report which was submitted by SIFSA to the department in line with the MOAs. There were also a number of MOAs that were concluded over the 10-year period that we looked at, including addendums, of course, that was applicable to those MOAs. We interviewed the officials from the department that had a responsibility of managing the contracts. We interviewed members from the SIFSA board 2014-2019, as well as the members that also took up 2019 to I think 2024. And I must indicate that we had quite a number of challenge in getting hold of some of the members, but there were quite a members, of which some are here involved in the platform, that we did manage to have an audience with, of which we did manage to pose certain questions and engagement with. Assistance here and there we got, but some we couldn't get assistance because some of this transaction happened many years ago. We had to obtain an understanding of the reporting obligations. For us, that was very key in terms of what exactly was required, what was entered into between SIFSA as well as the department. What did the department expect from SIFSA to do with the money that the department has allocated to SIFSA? And as I indicated earlier, there was also an issue of irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful, which we have made a determination about during the course of the investigation. Another important aspect, Chairperson, that came up, which we made, is that there were some money that, based on the evidence that we got, as well as the transactions and documents that were made available to our disposal, the analysis thereof, that there were some money that could possibly have been unused, for a lack of a better word, by the federation, but of which the money was not properly accounted for, i.e. the money was not returned to the department as per the conditions of the agreement. Now, that is based on the documents that were provided for when we did the calculation, but I'll talk to that later when we get to the relevant slide. Slide number 5, Chairperson, is just providing that, indicating that in terms of our findings and the conclusion is that the very first MOA that was concluded between SIFSA and the then Department of Arts and Culture was concluded around September 2014, which was a memorandum of agreement for 15 million. That memorandum of agreement was concluded for a 3-year period. For the 2015, SIFSA was allocated 5 million. 2015, SIFSA was allocated another 5 million. 2016, 2017, SIFSA was allocated another 5 million. That was purely based on that MOA. Shortly after the conclusions of that memorandum of agreement, there were addendums that was processed by the videos that came in, I think, in 2015, and
My apologies, Chairperson. Is it just my side, or is this a glitch with the sound?
It is
No, it's a
on
glitch.
all of us.
We can't hear, Chair.
Thank you.
Chairperson, am I audible? Chair.
Yes, you are audible.
Because I had a members indicating that they are unable to hear me. I just want that confirmation before I proceed. Can members hear me that were unable to hear me earlier?
That's much better now. It reminded me, Honorable Mtete will tell you if somebody step on a cord, that it interferes with the sound. It sounded like that on a lighter note.
Okay, thank you. Apologies. Can I proceed through you, Chairperson? Thanks. I was in confirming that the first memorandum of agreement between SIFSA and the Department of Arts and Culture was concluded in 2014, and that was for a 3-year period. Total amount was 5 billion per year. Total is 15 million rand. So I also indicated that there were 2 addendums that was signed and concluded to support that MOA. However, we had an issue with one of the addendum because the first addendum, we could see the purpose of that particular addendum and the justification thereof, in a sense that there were some errors that the department did when they concluded the first memorandum in the figures that they put in. So now they had to correct it. Instead of saying 5 million rand for one of the financial years, the departmental officials indicated 6 million rand. So the amount didn't end up, it was more. So they needed to correct their own mistake. So it was then correctly corrected through. However, the challenge that we had was with the second addendum, which seems to be, which the purpose thereof was to indicate an additional money that had to be made available to SIPS of about 772,000, of which, when you look at that particular addendum on the face of it, and especially if you peruse it, you can see that there's absolutely no justification, there's no motivation, because an addendum to a contract must indicate why are you putting an addendum. On that one, it was just indicating that we are making available an additional money. So when we did the investigation, we could also found that there was no proper approval internally as far as the justification given for the increase of that addendum, and it led us to the conclusion that we took to say that addendum was entered into irregularly because it was not in line with internal processes for the existence of concluding an addendum for the purpose of correcting or adding to an already concluded contract or an SLA. So that was one of our main findings that we made. As far as the 15 million rand, which I alluded to earlier, which I indicated that the department and SIPSA entered to, as far as payment is concerned, because the MOA will tell you that this is the amount that we agreed. However, the payment report is your key source documents to indicate the total payments that were made to a particular institution, SIPSA in this case. So it was 14.772 million rand that was ultimately paid over that particular 3-year period by the department to SIPSA. As I indicated there, the MOA is very specific to say this is how you are going to account as the federation as far as the spending of the money is concerned. We want reports, payment reports. We also want bank statement. We also want invoices. We now is the department, so that we can do our own checks and balances before we can make the subsequent tranche payments to you. So based on what we are given, and this is important, based on what we are given and based on the reporting, we did our calculation, which also included the bank statement. We came to the figure of 9.33 million, as indicated in the third last bullet point. And it then led us to make the determination to say, but there seems to have been unused money to the tune of 5.4 million rand at the end of the 26-27 financial year, of which now when we went back to the department and we said, the department, these are now the reports that you obtained from a safe side, which included the invoices, the correspondence, and so forth. And based on you as the officials of the department, you will have conducted the necessary due diligence based on this. We're having a challenge here because our calculation leads to the fact that the 0.25 or just over 5.4 million rand not being fully spent. So we're now saying that, okay, what does your MOA say about money that has not been fully spent based on the evidence? Secondly, as far as subsequent payment is concerned, can the department still pay, whereby there were some challenges on the first reporting? So those are our second main issue, to say there seems to have been money on the part of SIFSA which was not accounted for fully at the department. And when you go to the department, there are officials there that are obviously not adequately addressing that particular issue. You then try to do a further investigation to say, could this have been due to system breakdowns, internal control collapse, or what could really have caused this? And you do that with an appreciation of the fact that here the department was dealing with an organization which was at that time 2 or 3 years old, recently established. Systems and controls could have been sketchy at the beginning, but as far as the amount of money is concerned, you obviously expect every year going forward for systems and control processes to improve. I'm moving on to slide 6, which is a continuation of the findings which I've alluded to in slide number 5. The other issue that we had was from a reporting perspective, members, because the MOA was very clear to say at certain intervals, a report must be submitted, and this is the nature of the report, in terms of how it's supposed to be submitted: narrative, quantification, invoices, supporting documents, as well as at the end of the duration of the MOA, there must be a comprehensive and a consolidated report. As far as that is concerned, we have provided the brief executive summary. Now, that seems to have summarized the entire activities and processes of SIFSA over the 3-year period of which funding was received for the 2017-28 financially submitted by SIFSA. So in that summary, when we interrogated that summary, we could see that there seems to be amount here which seems to be not giving the correct picture as one would have thought, because that there are amounts there in 793,000, 660,000, 480,000, of which those amounts were misrepresented in the SIFSA's operational cost finding, while that particular amount was for a separate program altogether. I'll talk about it as we go on, meaning that yes, that amount was paid by the department to SIFSA, but not for operational cost finding or for SIFSA's own specific programs. It was paid for a specific program which the department requested SIFSA to implement on behalf of the department, not necessarily on behalf of SIFSA itself. We are also indicating there in that, I think, the third bullet, to say, as far as the MOA is concerned, one of the non-compliance relates to clause 8.8, which talks about audited financial statement, which is supposed to be submitted at the end of every financial year of SIFSA. What transpired here, Chairperson and the member, 2014-2015, there were audited financial statement that was submitted. I think when SIFSA was established on that part, they ensured that for the period that they established until the following year, 2014 to 2015, there were audited financial statements that were submitted to the department. However, I think it was subsequent to that, the financial statement that were submitted was not audited, but submitted, but was reviewed. Again, you go to the MOA and you see this seems to be a glaring non-compliance on the part of SAFSA, and it then questions the responsibilities of officials of the department to say, but you've got an MOA, which is your main tool as far as governance and ensuring then there's proper contract management, but you are here in possession of unaudited financial statement which you have received from SAFSA, but you're not questioning that, yet you continue issuing memorandum after memorandum, year in and year out. I indicated, I think, there in bullet number 2 about 3 amounts. and I refer to a specific program. If you go to bullet number 4, what happened? We are indicating that in 2016 there was also funding that was allocated by the department to SEFSA, which now that agreement between the department for SEFSA was not similar to the agreement that the department and SEFSA concluded in 2014-2015. This one was specific and it relates to SEFSA managing and overseeing the administration of Downtown Music Hub in Joburg, where the department, instead of managing, or maybe decided to say, let's appoint an implementing agent on our behalf to manage the Downtown Music Hub, because Downtown Music Hub falls within the responsibility of the department. In undertaking that approach, the department implemented what could be seen as a procurement process to say, who do we select between, which organization are we going to select as an implementing agent? And then 2 institutions were invited, operating in more or less a similar industry, which was SAMRO and which was SEFSA. By virtue of those institutions now submitting quotations, our investigation found that this was a procurement process from the beginning that the department sought to implement, to say we are going to subject these 2 institutions to a procurement process and selecting the best one which is going to give us value for money. And then it was based on the process that ensued after that, whereby an MOA was concluded for just over 11.9 million between SEFSA and the department in October 2016, of which that money included a 10% administration fee for the implementing agent, which was SEFSA, meaning that 90% of that, just over 11.9 million rand, was for the purpose of DTMH. In the next slide, we're talking about the findings that we made. But earlier on, I made mention of a procurement process to say, okay, we cannot just run away from the fact that we are saying this is a procurement process, but we are not expanding on that. What ought to have happened here? Because if you implement a procurement process, you are also then, you have to do it fully. You cannot do it in piecemeal. You do the entire A to Z, the whole A to Z approach, whereby you have to subject the process to competitive bid committees. And now looking at the process itself, doing further investigation on that, we see that the process was done in piecemeal because not all the committees were established from a bid specification and bid evaluation committee. They only went straight to the bid adjudication committee and they made a recommendation to the accounting officer for approval, and we concluded that this was flawed as it was not in accordance with paragraph 4 of the National Treasury SCM note. Slide number 6, members of Parliament as well as the rest of the colleagues, is to say that the contract that was concluded, the MOA that was concluded between DTMH, so between SEFSA and the department on behalf of DTMH, was extended to about 2 or 4 months, which then resulted in a variation increase of an additional 15% of the initial amount, which went up to 1.79 million. I indicated earlier that the original amount was just over 11.9. There was another 1.7 million rand. In total, it was just over 13 million over a 21-month period. Looking at the value of the VO, we could see that this was within the threshold, whereas the VO approval of variation orders is concerned, and we didn't have any issues in relation to that. Our main challenge on this particular aspect of DTMH SEFSA in the department was that upon SEFSA receiving that money of 13.7 million, they did not, instead of, one would have thought that they could have said, let's ring fence this money and trade it, ensure that this money is ring fenced in a separate account and conduct all the trading there, because that money is governed by a separate memorandum of agreement, which does not is a bit different from the memorandum of agreement which was concluded in the previous years. So they instead traded or effected transaction from their main bank account. So now the main challenge in doing that is that you've got your own money, which you have been paid by the department for your own operational expenditure, your own programs, which you can dictate which of those programs you want to undertake. In addition to that, you then receive money from the department, but you transact again from the same account. So as far as accountability, full accountability is concerned, you then have a challenge because you are unable to fully account, especially if your transaction is not clear. So in bullet number 3, we are saying that the usage of a single bank account constitutes a risk that funds intended for one party could pay expenses for the other party. Also, the second bullet talks about the failure to ensure proper ring-fencing. Again, is poor governance, maladministration, financial irregularities on the part, not only on the part of SIFSA, but most importantly on the part of the department, those that were responsible for ensuring this monies of this nature are adequately accounted, and making sure that guidance is given to SIFSA where it's required, but most importantly, conditions and provisions of the memorandum of agreement are complied with. Further payments from the balance that we are indicating there to say the total expenditure for that financial year, as far as the TMH is concerned, was just over 9.6 million rand, meaning that there were a balance of just over 3.4 million rand, of which from that balance, a 10% administration fee was meant for SIFSA. There was also a provision for SARS that we picked up, an additional expenditure during 2017-2018. There's again similar to what transpired with the first MOA. There was just over 860,000 that seems not to have been fully accounted for, as far as the 13 million rand was paid, that was paid by the department to SIFSA for a specific purpose of ensuring that DTMH affairs are adequately implemented. Notwithstanding the fact that DTMH money were not paid, we then found out that there were two loans that were made to DTMH, in addition to the money that was initially allocated, in addition to the fact that there was still money that seems, based on the documents that we got, seems to have been unused. There were again two loans that were made to say, okay, what was the purpose of those loans? Details regarding that were still sketchy. Couldn't get much as far as possible. But what we did find that there were two loans that were made to DTMH, and then we're making we made a conclusion that those any funds, and this is purely based on the MOA, any funds that have been unused ought to have been returned to the department in line of the condition of the MOA. DTMH members was a separate program. There was also another program that SIFSA launched, which is the USIBA Ministerial Awards in April 2013, where the department concluded an MOA with SIFSA to say to this, we're going to make available 12 million rand to SIFSA in order for SIFSA to implement a USIBA ministerial program. Our main issue with that transaction was that after SIFSA received that money, SIFSA then appointed a company by the name of Mirror Events Pty Limited, which this company was one can refer to it, for lack of a better word, an implementing agent company that's giving a turnkey solution to say, we received money from the department and now we're appointing you. You're going to do everything from A to Z and ensure that the ministerial awards as well as the conference is fully implemented. Now, the bigger challenge in the transaction of that nature is that SIFSA, in the absence of proper control processes, proper procedures, proper guidelines, by allocating the bulk of that money which they've received to mirror events in the absence of clear reporting lines, they were running at the risk of, but how are we going to hold this company accountable to ensure that each and every cent this company, we can account for it? Because at the end of the day, SIFSA is only accountable for 90% of that money. 10% is the own administration fee, meaning that even the profit that that company was going to get from the services that we're going to render, it ought to have been paid from the 10% administration fee. Anything that would have been unspent from the 90% ought to have been returned to the department, because you have been paid your 10% as an administration fee. So if you don't hold that company into account, which is Mirror Events, then you run a risk. What happened is that SIFSA paid Mirror Events about 8.5 million rand to run that conference and the ministerial award. What Mirror Events failed to do, and again, that would have been determined based on the relationship and the agreement they had with SIFSA. But one would have thought that even the nature of that agreement will dictate that we are also accountable to another party, with this institution of the state, and we are required to make available invoices. That Mirror Event only presented, I think, a 2-page report, something like a spreadsheet, to say this is how much I spent, this is how much I spent, this is how much I spent from the 8.5 million rand or so that you have given me, without making available supporting documents and supporting invoices, which in terms of the memorandum of agreement, those supporting invoices, supporting documents, all of them ought to have been made available to the department for the department to do their own due diligence. There were some here and there which we found during the process, but it does not come anywhere near the 8.5 million rand. The other balance of the 8.5 million rand that was put their members was that some of the members that were honored during those hours, I think those members, if memory recall, but it is on record, it is in the main report, were eligible for receiving about 20,000 rand as an award or as a gratuity payment or whatever we can call it. So at least on that particular aspect, because that transaction of paying not nominees, but people that receive awards, winners, 20,000 rand each, was not driven by Mera events, but it was driven by SEFSA. So we were able to see the proof of payments to say, member this received 20,000 rand for this member's particular contribution to the industry. Member this also received 20,000. So on that part, we were quite comforted and satisfied. Our main challenges, I just indicated, is that this again, you appoint this company, you give them the bulk of the money that you received, and you are saying, run a process of implementing a conference. There's absolutely nothing wrong, provided that your contract allow you to do that. But if you go to the memorandum of agreement, they were not allowed to go into a partner. The contract does not provide for a partnership agreement of this nature. So again, it has to do with governance, whereby officials, if they are sitting on position of money and they are unclear, they ought to have consulted with the department to say, department, yes, I'm a federation, I can do X, Y, Z, but the money that you've just given me, I've got 6 months to implement a conference. Of course, I don't have that capacity. Now I need to go and source 25 service providers. How about I appoint two main service providers and I hold them to account, and then they run that process of appointing other service providers? That is a consultation issue that just from where we are sitting, something that probably could have been thought, and an addendum would have been disposed to that SLA to ensure that if any eventualities come up, at least we are protected as both the department and CESFA. But if you now sit at the back and you let the federation undertake those kind of processes, knowing very well that your memorandum of agreement is either not clear or it's specific to say it cannot be unfolded, then there's already issues of maladministration and poor contract management on the part of the department. So our main issue is there to say accountability as far as the whole money is concerned. We couldn't make that it didn't come up, meaning that SIPSA couldn't fully account. And after that, which was about from May 2021 and onwards, colleagues, members, systems started to improve, processes started to come in place, and governance started to improve also on the part of SAFSA, because now the reports that we got from 2020, 2021 going onwards was much more comprehensive, much more conclusive. You could see that from supporting documents are attached, evidence are there, and we didn't really pick up any major concern. Financial statements were made available, and we didn't make any substantive findings on that. The last bullet there just quantify the total amount over that, I think, 9-10 year period that we looked at, to say all in all payment reports from the department to SIPSA, how much has the department paid that federation. I indicated there to say there were two programs that we need to understand and that we need to be isolated from SIPSA's own programs as a federation. These two programs belong to the department, not to SIPSA. And our conclusion in that part is that everything that ought to have been done as far as these two programs is concerned was supposed to have been done in line with the condition of the MOA to ensure that as SIPSA, they've got their 10% administration fee, but the rest of the 90% is not their money, is the money of the department. And whatever cannot be spent fully should be returned back, or whatever that SIPSA felt that maybe we must spend it this way, in this way, the department ought to have been consulted. Slide number 10 then deals with the recommendation to say project managers were not making any names there. However, in our report, those names comes up. The accounting officer should then make those considerations to take corrective action against the project managers that were responsible by the department, because they were given the responsibilities to say implement this project. Failure to recover unspent fund, the election of responsibilities, negligence in managing the programs in line with the MOA, negligence in managing the CIBA program, again in line with the MOA, because everything was specific in the MOA. It was just a matter of ensuring that everything is properly oversaw. We indicated earlier about irregular expenditure and processes within the department that led to there being regular expenditure when a procurement process was implemented. However, it was implemented in piecemeal and not in line with the relevant National Treasury circular on SCM. And then we made a recommendation to ensure that beneficiaries should ensure that funds that are received for programs on behalf of the department should not be included or commingled with existing funds of the beneficiaries. I think there should be proper governance and processes that are clear to say, yes, I'm a beneficiary of the department. However, as and when the department can appoint me as an implementing agent, how do I then ensure that there's a clear distinction between my own operational affairs and what the department has empowered me to do, let alone the fact that I'm entitled to a 10% administration fee of so forth. And then the second last slide deals with the challenges that we had, Chairperson. And one of our main challenges was obviously, especially on the earlier period, 2014 to 2020, documents were not really available. Some documents were not available at all, and it's difficult to get to some of the members, especially members that are not present anymore. And when I'm talking about members, I'm talking about members of SAFSA's board. I think there are I counted about 4 or 5 members here today, which we managed to consult with, which we managed to got. And there were other members that we couldn't consult. But one of our main focus was to say, let's look at the permanent board, the affairs of the permanent board that was appointed from 2015, because what we were also managed to do, Chairperson, was talk to a member of parliament. There was a member of parliament, I think the member in question has resigned, that we interviewed, that we had a meeting with. I think he was representing another party. He was there in 2015 to 2019. He managed to give us an audience, and we interviewed the member in question, and then he informed us of his role as far as the affairs are concerned. I think on that note, Chairperson, that is the end of our presentation. And I'm not sure if there will be questions of clarity that we will need to respond now or maybe at a later stage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Much appreciated. Dr. Kumalo, is there anything before I handle over to SIFSA?
Nothing from our side, Chair. We'll respond to questions.
Thank you. I would suggest, honorable members, if that is in order with you, to ask SIFSA to present, and then we will then ask questions. SIFSA.
Thank you, Chair. I think I would like to present first because I was the interim chairperson who was elected on the 20th of March, 2014 by the then Minister of Arts and Culture, Paul Mashatile, to put the structure of SIFSA. Most of the people were asked by the minister to be part of the IC, and our duty was to create the federation, emanating from the 2009 meeting with the then President Zuma at the Convention Center, who wanted to know what the problems were with the creative industry and how can we help. So it all started there. So our duty as the interim committee was to put up the federation, have road shows, and put a proper document so that all sectors are going to be represented. And then we were also tasked to put the conference, the elective conference in Mangaung, which was going to be then taken over by those who will be elected. So we did all of those. We submitted the report to the department after Mangaung. I remember signing the contract for 15 million because the minister, Nathi Mthethwa, at the time insisted that it should be a 3-year contract from the interim to Mangaung and then to those who will be taking over. So we did all of that was requested for us, and we did submit all the financial statements. The only overhead that we had was at Mangaung. There were more people. Some of them were not even allocated for. So we had an over budget of, I think, 722,000 or something like that from the 5 million that was allocated to us, because we started working on the 20th of March until the 24th, the 25th of March 2015 at the conference. So we've got all those documents of the roadshows, putting up there was a secretariat that was doing all the work, and Mangaung, that is what we were tasked with doing. So the report I've sent to everybody, it's there, and if there are any questions pertaining to the allocation of the funds that was given to us, I'm sure Mr. Mtetra was part of the financial team as well. He could probably help us answer that. I think Dodo as well. I have a disclaimer to also make. At the time, I did indicate to the minister that I would be traveling, doing most of my UN work, but my task was to put the document, because I've been doing work with UNESCO, to put the proper document of how to make sure that the creative industry, no one is left behind. And I think we really tried to make sure that every sector of the creative industry was included and was allocated for. I think that's it from me, Chair. Paul and Dodo, and probably Eugene, Mr. Mtetra as well. If there's anything that I've left out, you were part of the IC. Are you able to help me?
Is there any member of the interim committee who would like to assist on what has been presented?
Mr. Mtetra
Mr.
is up, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And I would want to make this disclaimer before I contribute. As part of the interim committee, I can tell you that unfortunately, our chairperson, Ms. Yvonne Chakachaka, was unfortunately misled to do things, to allow things to happen. Unprocedurally so, without following corporate governance. And I would actually stand to say she was innocently misled to agree to certain things. The reason why I'm saying that the current Gobodo report doesn't touch on issues of corporate governance. She would remember that if I were to say, for instance, there was no process that was followed in compiling that report. That report did not serve in the finance committee as it's supposed to be in any organization, that there's a procedure that you follow, a compliance issue that you follow. The auditor of those finances was appointed by Dodo Munamodi single-handedly. He's here. I was in the finance committee. That finance committee had never met even a single moment. But the organization was spending money which was not informed by the processes, the requisition process, how you plan. Nothing happened of that. And unfortunately, I was barred from talking, Minister, Gayton McKenzie. That is why this thing has been very long for me pending, that I cannot be part of something that misused, that actually did not follow corporate governance, where public funds were used. Procurement policies, you spoke about procurement policies. There were no procurement policies that were followed. Members of the interim committee were appointed to be service providers without procedure. There was no advertisement of, and the Koboto report doesn't talk to such things. And that is why I'm saying it has a shortfall of things that it was supposed to look into, in terms of, if you are talking about procurement, but you did not you were not able to pick up that there were service providers who were sitting in the very board interim committee who were providing services while sitting in the board. And this is the public funds. These are public funds which are governed by PFMA, but there was no
Chair,
PFMA.
sorry, Chair. Point of order, Chair. Sorry, Chair.
Minister?
Yes.
Chair, just a point of order. I see the Honorable has said I barred him from speaking. Did I bar the Honorable Mthethwa from speaking? I have no recollection of me barring any member. I don't even have that type of powers, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Minister, let me do this. I'm going to give an opportunity after everything, then and then you can raise perhaps those issues then,
Thank you,
because
Chair.
there are still members of the former interim committee that would like to say something on this.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mthethwa.
So for me, Chairperson, that in as much as we would want to brush things off, I am one person, she knows, our chairperson knows, I was constantly in engagement with her to say, no, don't allow this. Don't say this. I even wrote emails to it's a pity that Ntlantla, the culprit, the biggest culprit in that interim committee, advocate for that matter. Advocate Ntlantla is not here to account. The people who have come to account here, it's the chairperson who's innocent in this. She was taken to lead this process when she had not even participated in any collective or an organization that would then deal with such issues. And she was just thrown into the deeper end. One of the beneficiaries of services without any advertisement to the public for people to bid for those services, as it is the finances that are drawn from government. As Mpomo Lepo, he's here, he's sitting here. Dodo Munamodi appointed his own a friend's company a night before we went to the conference as an audit company, the well-run, which had her sister as a director in it. All those things were not checked. And I will not sit and allow things to happen incorrectly in my presence and be told that, no, you can't talk because you are in conflict of interest. I will stand and be a state witness for that matter, should it require me. I was barred from talking, not you, Minister Gayton McKenzie. I was barred by Minister Nathi Mthethwa. That's why I constantly say that let his spirit not rest in peace. At the conference, I was barred because I wanted to speak all these things, to say this is not correct. This money that has been spent, government's money that has been spent, has not followed correct procedures. It has unfairly benefited members who are in the interim committee, who are not supposed to be. According to the corporate governance, it's supposed to be members they have advantage, a comparative advantage over other people. So I will not say that even those financials, I did not see the financials. Those financials were rejected even at Mangaung at the conference, because the members were saying, you were not elected by us, you were appointed by the minister. That's the correct word. We were appointed by Mr. Paul Mashatile. with letters, proper, I still have the letter to prove those. Should I be required to testify? I will come and testify in the court of law and become a state witness for that matter if that is required. So I just wanted to say that there's nothing much. I've got a report to the public protector's report on CIFSA. I initiated 2020. I've got a report from the public protector. This is not the first forensic investigation that is going to be that was presented to us today. It's not the first forensic. There's a BIG. I don't know whether the minister knows about it because he said he has investigated, but this is not the first forensic investigation. I've tried many times to say there's something that went so wrong that has deprived our children the future, because this was meant to make the industry to be able to govern itself, to be able to do things, to be able to support the industry. Because some of us, we are artists and we bear children who have our genes in them, who are artists by nature, who will be getting into the industry. But people who are not musicians and artists, who came in here as administrators, they have deprived our children a better future by coming and messing up things and presenting lies before. That is why there was a need for this forensic. I want to end there and say there's nothing. What the forensic report is placing before us, it is true that there were no systems in place. There was corruption that happened. The people, they benefited themselves in these things, and they were funded by the department 3 times without the reports. I'm even shocked that there are reports, because the only report that I know was that 3-page report that we had at Mpumalanga. Today we have, I don't know, every year has got a report now. So let me, and not take advantage, I'm still going to interrogate this presentation, Chair, because I really want answers after that. I will take off my interim committee head and now wear my honorable member's hat. Thank you, Chair. Your mic is off, Chair.
Please unmute.
Please, my apologies, Mr. Molepe, please unmute. I see Mr. Molepe's hand, please unmute.
Yeah, I'm struggling here with technology.
Oh, my apologies.
I'm gonna.
Mr. Munamodi.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think for me, it is to really concur with what our then chairperson has actually confirmed, which is Yvonne Chaka Chaka, to say that indeed I can confirm to the committee that we did receive the amounts. We have received an amount, if my memory serves me well. I think we have received the first tranche of about 3.5 million somewhere in September, just a couple of months before the conference. And the monies were then utilized as per the project plan that was crafted by the secretariat, including the chairperson herself, it was agreed upon to say this is how we are going to disperse the funds according to the project plan, which mainly, as the chairperson is confirming, that the project plan was always about to host the conference. And then indeed, the second tranche that we have received, we received it, if I'm not mistaken, chairperson, it was around March 2015, an amount of about 1,200,000. It was received. Of course, it was received with all the supporting documents as per the agreement that was signed between ourselves and the department. And it is very clear in that agreement that there will not be any further discharge of monies if supporting documents were never submitted. So we did submit those, and this is the reason why we then allocated the next tranche, which is about 1.2 million. The last tranche was indeed received around the somewhere in the end of March, if I'm not mistaken again. That was after we have now presented the final expenditure reports. And that is where, as the chairperson is confirming, we are then able to deal with the shortfall that was experienced at the time. Just to also correct her, the shortfall was about 772 plus, not 724. So those were the shortfalls that were incurred because of the extra buses that were sent to the conference and that were not budgeted for. I think let me end it up there, and then I will await any other further clarity seeking question. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Molepe.
Thank you very much. I'm very sorry that somehow technically my things are not going right, but can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed. Seems that we don't have any luck with Mr. Molepe there.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for the platform. Morning to everybody once more, the Minister, the Deputy, the DG, and all members of the Portfolio Committee, and members of CIFSA, as according to the different years that we served. My name is Mpom Lepo, as Mr.
We've lost you.
Of our 1 year was corrupt. Firstly, I just want to clarify a few things so that we are very clear. We served, as Ma'am Yvonne has just put it, we served for 2014 March to 2015 March. We served literally for 1 year. And in that 1 year, we were able to do the following. We were able to develop the CIFSA Memorandum of Incorporation. We were able to develop interim report in the middle of the year. We were able to develop a national consultation report. And if there's anything that Mr. Eugene is implicating me with, should be the process of organizing national meetings in the 9 provinces that I coordinated those meetings. And the second one is that on behalf of that committee, we finalized with the management team about the conference. So there are 5 documents that I have submitted last week to the department, which is the MOI, the Memorandum of Incorporation, the interim report in the year we were in office, the national consultation report, which we had to undertake before we can go to the national conference. The other document is called the conference framework. When Eugene says there were no documents outlined and all of that.
Just a second, Mr. Molepe, just a second. What I cannot allow is that this meeting will turn into a public trial. As a former member, I would like to appeal to you to give report as all the previous interim committee members has done. We have set boundaries for this meeting. I want you to take us to a report pertaining to systemic issues, findings, like we've said, recommendations, report on systems. We are not going to litigate board members here. Let's report on the systemic issues. A previous speaker said we have received that kind of money, this happened, that happened. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'll repeat, Chair, but thank you very much for that note. I hope the Honorable Mr. Muthatwa get that note from you, that he can't litigate
Can you
us and
proceed
start
with this
implicating
meeting,
us.
please?
Yeah, but we should be fair, Chair. So the last part
Mr. Mtetwa has reported on systemic issues.
No, but he just now on the floor been talking about names and culprits and all of that. And he's referring to us. And he was just like that when he was even our member. That's why today he's trying to go on this trail. But let me complete. On the
Just a
other
second
hand,
before you complete, Mr. Molepe, just a second. The Honorable Moletsani.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Chair, can the CIFSA members present whatever they're supposed to present and not answering what the other member has just said? If he wants to answer that member, he must try by all means to put that into the presentation so that we can get moving. Chairperson, we had a long day, Chair.
Agree.
And we can't be waiting for someone who wants to answer the previous speaker and then wants to continue with the presentation. That answer that he wants to give to Honorable Mtetwa, let him put that answer in a presentation form so that we can be able to move forward. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chair. I want to agree with Honorable Moletsane, but I think what we should note is that what we agreed at the beginning of this meeting is that we will discuss the forensic reports, but we are heading into dangerous territory with regards to answering allegations and trying to make findings. So if we can keep to the facts, It also enables us to keep to the facts so that we comply with our mandate. Thank you.
Honorable Khabo, your guidance.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I fully want to agree with Honorable Potgieter. We should not be tempted into venturing in spaces that we have agreed that we are going to avoid. It was important that we could have called Honorable Mtetwa to order to avoid mentioning names, because we have agreed that we'll deal with processes, systems, including control systems. So with that being said, Chairperson, I fully agree that we should be consistent in trying to protect the decorum of this engagement. We should not fall into a trap. There are intentions of reducing this meeting into a battlefield, and that on its own will tamper with our integrity as public representatives. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Another intervention, Honorable Daniels.
Chair. Chairperson, it takes me back to the initial point that we asked about to ensure that there's no conflict of interest, because I anticipated that this will become a platform where there are some grudges for not having been voted in at the time when there was a contestation for positions in CIFSA. And those very same people are here who voted against the honorable member. So this is a time to bite back. And that is what I was also trying to avoid, amongst other reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. I agree, and I'm not going to allow that. We have set boundaries. We would like the presentations to be without names or a rebuttal or any character assassination. Mr. Molepe, my apologies. Please proceed.
Okay. I just want to highlight one note, which is we have, in the 1 year, we have done the work that we were mandated to do. We've created the MOI. We did the national consultation as we were meant to do national consultation in 9 provinces. We developed what we called the conference framework. We implemented the conference and we did the conference report and interim report. All those 5 documents in terms of narrative on the performance and what we're meant to do in 1 year, it's all can be made available. I have already submitted all of that to the department. And I could engage further based on the work we've done in that 1 year, which is all in the reports. Thank you very much. And I would like Mr. Mthethwa to withdraw that word that I benefited out of this project.
No,
And he
Chair,
must make it
please,
publicly.
Chair.
Let me do this. You have mentioned an interesting point that you will send more stuff. I would advise some of the other committee members also to do same if they would like to submit more information to the department and the committee. I see another hand, and that is, how do you pronounce it, Kwetsimani? Please unmute.
Is Romeo Tetsimani, Chair?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity, and also I greet all the members present. Chair, I think what is critical, I'm not going to repeat what other members have said, because I was serving that committee and also to the secretariat, the people who were doing administration for that interim committee. But let me start with the challenge before I forgot. At that time, Chair, the industry was not united. We're not speaking one voice. So it was critical for us to be assisted to establish this vehicle. We called it now today CIFSA. So even amongst the interim committee members, we're not speaking in the very same understanding, because it was for our first time from coming from different sectors to try and build this vehicle called CIFSA. So there were a lot of argument even during our meetings. Our main mandate, Chair, was to deliver a conference where the industry is going to elect the leadership to drive CIFSA. That was our main mandate. So during that period, most of the things we're doing through consensus and agreeing during our meetings. Because according to what we signed with the department, we're not allowed to develop policies for the interim committee, but we're allowed to develop guiding document for the industry. When they are meeting at the conference, they will be able to take this matter forward and elect their own leadership. So as members have said, we created a project plan. We're guided by that project plan, what to do and how to do and how it's going to cost. In that interim committee, they were representative of the department. Whatever we're discussing or agreeing as a committee, we'll take it back to the department to guide us, because everything was guided by the department itself. So at the end of the day, we're able to deliver that conference under those difficult conditions, because it was not easy during that time. I remember we're supposed to have that conference in October 2014, since we were elected in March 2014. Then when we find out that they were not ready, we postponed to the following year, which was March 2015. But at the end of the day, in our side, Chair, all the decisions were taking, because there were no guiding systems or policies for the interim committee, were guided by the minutes of our meetings. As a result, all our meetings at that time as an interim committee, they were recorded, and all that minutes were sent to the department. So we delivered that policy conference for the industry to decide who's going to lead the industry. Let me end that on my side. Thank you.
Yeah, may I ask the department, what happened to the presentations of both boards? Or maybe we should go for each 10 minutes now on the presentations that is left. The current board, you have a presentation. The second board also have no, you haven't sent anything.
No, Chair, we haven't.
Want to proceed?
Can I proceed, Chair?
Yes, please do.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, Chair. I just want to apologize. The reason why we didn't have a presentation, I just landed to this morning from Morocco. So I made it to the, I tried to explain to the department that, I'll be landing in the morning and strictly coming straight to the thing. And then I tried to speak to some of our board members to see what kind of documents we can put together just to make sure that we don't miss this meeting. Chair, from what Kobodo maybe has said, because we have a lot of things that we have done in that tenure, but I see is the amounts that are in question is that 772, where they say there was no submission, and there was at 5.4 unspent funds, and there was a 13 million of downtown music hub, and I think also the OSIBA awards. Maybe let me take it from the beginning, Chair, where after taking over from the previous CIFSA, we were then meant to hit the road running, but with that came in that 772 that it is reported to have no submission, and that 772 was an access that was coming from the previous administration. And the reason for that, it was because there were buses that came in, more buses than what was expected. And I'm not going to go into the details of that since the chair has called us into order. But the people who are responsible for bringing those buses, they know themselves. But the access of that money comes exactly from that from that period, and then it meant that the access, we then had to pay those buses from the CIFSA that we inherit. We had to inherit that amount, and then also ask to pay that money. And then I think the person who was taking care of that was Mr. Jack at the time. So we gave the report on that 772. So I don't know if Mr. Karabo from Kobot, he was saying that some of the documents are not available and stuff like that. If maybe that is part of the documents that were not available, but I will also refer this to my TG and my SG just to explain further in terms of administration and documentation that is there in supporting that for that money that was given. The 2015 and 2016, we gave reports, and those reports were approved. So I think the question maybe then going back into the issue of downtown. With downtown, we were approached by the department, also guided by them in terms of asking, because the industry was really going on at us in saying that we need to save the industry, we need to save the music industry. And then one of the issues that came up was the Downtown Music Hub. The Downtown Music Hub was an entity that belonged to the NAC. We went to the NAC in inquiring to say, what is the problem? How come this entity is not operational? How come it's not helping people with such beautiful equipment, expensive equipment, and such a huge building? There were also people who were renting there, and some of our members who are in here had offices in that building. I will not mention names again, Chair. So we then spoke to the CEO after speaking to the NEC, because they were saying that the downtown is making an audit query for them. So we then went back to the CEO in time to engage with the CEO, and then we came up with a business plan. We approached the department. After the department came to us, and we went back to them to say, okay, here are the problems. This is what is happening with downtown. How then can we help in doing this thing? And that's how we came in, Chair, as a fiduciary. We're not running the governance of downtown. We were just a fiduciary body. I mean, we were just been giving fiduciary services towards downtown. So we came to a point where we would even pay some of the money towards downtown, and then downtown will pay back I mean, we pay money to downtown as CIFSA, and then we will claim from the department the money that we have paid. I'm very worried about the 13 million that they said we spent in there, that was spent on downtown. We had a 2-year contract with downtown as a fiduciary body. And then we paid about, it was not more than, and I think my colleagues will come in there to help, but we didn't pay anything more than 350,000 a month. And then that was maybe paying for trying to get downtown in the green light with SARS, because they were in the red with SARS. There was issues of the city of Joburg with water and electricity. There are overheads and salaries. So we're paying that and then going to claim from the department. But I do not think that money got to 13 million. The other money that it was claimed that to be unspent, which is also raised the question, because it was the first time, I'm sorry, Chair, to indulge, but it was the first time I'm seeing this report being reported, being presented here. As I was making notes, that there was an unspent money of about 5.4 million that was unspent. I don't know where that comes from. I wish our colleagues from Gobodo can be much more clear about that, because between 2017 to 2019, we didn't have any contract with the department as CIFSA. Our contract ended in 2016. The only thing that we did, obviously, was the awards and being the fiduciary body, being given the fiduciary services for Downtown Music Hub. And in terms of the awards, it was not only the awards. And I think maybe that is what making it to sound a bit ridiculous. We had a launch, we had a policy conference, and we also had the awards. And over and above that, the policy conference, we had to get buses to get people from delegates from all provinces to come to Johannesburg, be accommodated, and also be given meals. And then we went into the awards, and within the awards, we also push for the fact that whoever wins the award at least must walk away with something to go home. That's why I think Karabo was also mentioning that there was 20,000 that was paid to each and every winner of the awards. And those who were not given, those who did not receive that money and that we couldn't find, we actually handed over to the incoming board to try to handle those issues and go forward. So in terms of those three, Chair, I think maybe I've summed it up, and I'm sorry, I'm recalling just from memory and little notes that I have made. Can maybe I ask my TG or SG, if you're there, DSG, if you can help in maybe solidifying, and more especially in those three numbers, the 772, the 5.4 million, and the 13 million that was reported by Gobodo.
I'm going to allow at least 2 minutes, but I just want to say thank you for your comprehensive presentation, and I get it. It gives us a solid base for questions. And thanks for your demeanor. You may ask or request your colleague to proceed, but only 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Manamudi or DSG, if you're there, or DG, SG.
Okay. I thank you very much, Dr. Koro, the chairperson and the honorable members. I think for me, it is just to confirm that indeed, according to our MOI or MOA with the department, there would never be any submission without the supporting documents. I can confirm that the 772,883, it was primarily because of the debts that we have incurred during the conference, particularly because most of the provinces that were busing people, they have withdrawn their assistance, particularly the catering the legal payments that needed to be done. So all that has been collated together and it was handed over to the department. And then it was taken care of by the next administration, because the first administration, their responsibility ended in March at the conference. So the next administration, we had to take it from then. I think that is just what I wanted to confirm. Otherwise, I can request my colleagues to add if there's anything, but I will further later on confirm on what we have received on behalf of Downtown and what we have received on behalf of Usiba. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you so much. I'm now going to call upon Ms. Is it Mbewana? Final presentation, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is going to, okay, maybe let me start by saying that I was elected in 2019. So with what has been presented by the board, I think my colleagues have done justice in responding. I will not be able to respond to it, though I really have interest on what will be the way forward on this matter, because it has been a serious dark cloud hanging over us from the day we have inherited the organization. So there was a lot that was said about the organization being corrupt. So I think this sitting in the investigation is also assisting us. Though we also would love to see a progress, and because this organization was not built by an individual, it was built because of number of consultations that were done in the sector. And when I got elected, the first thing that we did with my leadership was to request from the department to be assisted with workshop on good governance, because remember, like Eugene said, we are creatives, we're performers, but now we're getting into the leadership position and we're getting into the space of government. It was the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture that has assisted us with that workshop on good governance. And then we also requested for an induction from the former leadership. The honorable member, Eugene Mteto, was the one who gave us the induction. And also with the advice from the DG, Dr. Kumalo, we then sat and looked at all these reports, being the big report and Funan report, and worked on implementing the findings of those reports, which I believe that it was the results. It's because of those results that the honorable members, the department can see that we do not have any irregularities, because we are well monitored by the department. We have worked in trying to rebuild the organization. However, it has got to a point now where we come before this parliament last year, and then we learned that there are a number of things that need to be investigated, and we cooperated. So we've been waiting ever since. Little did we know that our budget will be, we won't be funded after we have reported, and at some utterances that were coming from the minister and that we have never reported at all, which came as a surprise to us, because we knew that the
Can
DG
we change the word, some announcements by the minister, not utterance?
Okay.
Change
So
it
fast
to
forward.
announcements. No, rewind. Some announcements by the minister.
I'm sorry, Honorable Chair, I didn't get that.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So I'm trying to fast track things. The report that I've sent here to Parliament and to the department, it refers to us now trying to request for the report. And there's a letter that I also wrote that it would be difficult for us to participate in this sitting because we do not have a report. But our reason for coming here is because in my presentation, the second page, because I'm just fast forwarding it, I saw it was flat here. That's because we have not received the forensic report, and the budget was suspended. Did not receive a letter to tell us why the budget was suspended, because there was no hearing, there was no written reason, and findings have never been shown to us. And we have tried at least 8 approaches to try to.
Ms. Mbewana, just a second.
Yes.
Tisa, can you flight the presentation?
Okay, I'm on second page already.
Yes. Proceed.
Where we are. Thank you. Yes, like I said, at point number 3, approaches set by the department. Every statutory request, proposal, memorandum, and demand since we started in March the 3rd has been ignored by both the department, the minister, and the Director General. We've never responded to any of our requests. And as all the members of this parliament have said, it was a surprise for us that we have to come here without even knowing whether we're implicated or not. But we saw a public statement which was made on the 7th of May that conflicts it to administrating and implicate myself for 2019 findings. The correct demand on the 9th of May was ignored, where you said, we have never used 30%, because that was talking to my term, that we're paying staff for 30% from the budget. So we are, the second slide, we are requesting the oversight action from this committee, that minister and the Director General to account for non-compliance with NAIA and PAIJA, because we are told to follow that process, and we did. And we also are requesting action or oversight from the committee with a direct disclosure of the complete and redacted forensic audit report to the CIFSA president. And we also require a written reason for the funding suspension and buyers obliged. We also require a supplementary ministerial statement correction of the 7th of May and support condition. We also, honorable members, after the media statement, we then wrote to the department saying, let's find a way of restoring the restoration condition. That was not responded. Mainly for us, just that, and it has led us to look for the legal route that guided us to have what you call it, urgent application to court. So the matter is there because we felt that we are being ignored and we are implicated, and the public doesn't know what happened. But today we know, and we hope that the public will also get to understand. And I stand before you today as a democratically elected president of CIFSA, elected in 2019 on the 20th and 24th of August. And I'm here to speak not only on behalf of the organization, I'm here to speak on behalf of thousands of artists, cultural practitioners, and creative workers that their voices deserve to be heard. Honorable members, I also want to remind you that CIFSA was not created by an individual or a political party. It emerged from a government-led process that began in 2009, which culminated into inaugural national conference in 2015. The purpose was clear. It was to unite and organize and professionalize the culture and the creative industry of South Africa. It was also to strengthen governance within the sector and create a legitimate platform through which government could engage with the practitioners. I assumed the office in 2019. CIFSA was already subjected to investigation arising from matters that predated my leadership. My responsibility was not to defend the past mistake, but it was to correct them. We cooperated with the oversight processes implemented governance, improved and worked to restore confidence in the organization. We even took it to policy conference, the department would remember. It is therefore deeply concerned, concerning honorable members that despite the completion investigation, provided with full investigation report, we have repeatedly requested access to the finding, including using the promotion of access to the information, yet we have been unable to receive the information necessary to understand or respond or implement any recommendation. Instead, we first became aware of the conclusion through public statement. Honorable members, this is an important principle of administrative justice. Organizations that are subjected to investigation should have an opportunity to receive the findings, understand them, and respond appropriately. Transparent strengthening government, secrecy weakens confidence. I respectfully request the committee to exercise the constitutional oversight responsibility by ensuring that the investigation report is made available to SUSA so that the organization may fully engage with its funding. Chairperson, I also wish to raise a broader policy concern. South Africa adopted a white paper to guide the development of the arts and culture and heritage sector. So that policy framework recognizes the importance of organizing the sector in coherent and inclusive manner. Today, we see the establishment of multi-sectoral structures and significant public expenditure directed towards them. While every effort to develop the creative economy is welcome, yes, but we must ask whether public resources are being used in the most effective way. If government has already demonstrated constituted national federation whose purpose is to organize the sector, why duplicate structures instead of strengthening and improving what already exists? If there were any governance weaknesses in the past, those weaknesses, colleagues, should be corrected, not used as a reason to abandon an institution that has since demonstrated improvements in government and accountability. Honorable members, the cultural and the creative industry contribute immensely to the employment, tourism, nation building, social cohesion, and economic growth. Yet they remain amongst the least organized sectors of our economy. Organization is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Without an organized sector, artists struggle to access opportunity, governments struggle to consult effectively, and public investment become fragmented. During my tenure, Honorable Chair, our objective has always been to build a credible national federation capable of representing practitioners across the country. If our government has improved, if financial accountability has improved, and if clean audit outcomes have been achieved, then I respectfully ask, what object or reason remains for government not to work and strengthen federation? This is not about personality. It is not about political affiliation. It is not about preserving institution that belongs to. It is about preserving the institution that belongs.
Can you please wrap up?
Okay, thank you, Chair. It is also about respecting democratic election conducted by the sector itself. It is also about ensuring that public funds produce lasting institutions rather than temporary structure. Today, I respectfully request this committee to consider the following: that SIFSA be provided with a full investigating report, that the committee facilitate constructive engagement between the department and SIFSA, that government considers strengthening existing democratically institutions before creating parallel structures, that the parliament continue to exercise robust oversight to ensure transparent accountability and value for public money. Honorable members, I appear before you not seeking special treatment, but seeking fairness. I believe in accountability. I believe in transparent. I believe in democratic institution. Most important, I believe that South African artists deserve an organized, united, and respected sector that is capable of transforming lives and contributing meaningfully to our national development. I thank you for your time, Honorable Chair and members, your attention and your commitment to serving the people of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that presentation. Honorable members, we have 2 hours for
Sorry, Chair.
questions. Honorable Potgieter.
My apologies. Sorry, I was hoping to take my hand earlier. I just wanted clarity because the slide that the presenter was speaking on spoke to parliamentary oversight before litigation, but then made a comment about the matter going to court. Can we just get clarity on that statement just before we go into questions, if you don't mind?
Ms. Mbewana.
Uh,
You see, there's also a plea being made to the committee for the report, and there's already the minister and the legal desk has indicated the procedure on making the report available. Ms. Mbewana.
Sorry, Chairperson.
Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, just very briefly, Honorable Potgieter has asked him just to give some clarity, which we appreciate. Also, my hand has been up for a while. Before we go into questions, Mr. Tony was also talking about buses that's been used. If they can just go into it so that we can be fully prepared for interrogation purposes and elaborate on the buses, everything that we need to know from procurement to expenditure. And so once they've given us a comprehensive explanation, then we'll be ready for interrogation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Ms. Mbewana, can you take us through the issue that has been raised by Honorable Potgieter?
Thank you, Chair. It's the reason why we going to court is because, like I've said at the beginning, they've failed to even honor government's framework of accessing information, which is BAIA. Because BAIA gave them 30 days to respond, and we wrote 8, like I said, we wrote 8 letters trying to reason and trying to find an immaculate way of restoring the relationship or accessing information. So then we were legally advised that we should take the matter to court. We've just submitted papers, but we're waiting for the city to give us a direction. Maybe the department was also going to give us answers. Why are we not giving information? And we learned from the media that we are implicated. And we've even asked them to reverse some of the statements that were incorrect. But that was also ignored. And the funding was suspended without us being given any written notice, without us being called for any meeting, because we've always been requesting for the meeting to try to resolve these issues or to talk to these issues.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think, Honorable Potgieter, that's a process out of our control. We are going to proceed with the interrogation.
No, thank you, Chair. I just didn't hear it. I just wanted her to repeat. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Tony, the buses.
Thank you, Chair.
Where to?
Yes, sir. The issue of the buses, it actually began in Mangaung, at the conference in Mangaung. And it raised alarm to us when we were then requested by the department to pay for those buses from the tranche, the first tranche that they were trying to give us. And we said, no, we are not responsible for those buses, which then made us to go into researching exactly what truly transpired. And what happened is that department made an allocation. Okay, the interim committee, let me not say department, the interim committee made an allocation for buses, and there were delegates that were taken from all the provinces to be brought to Mangaung. And those buses were counted, there was a number to it, and they were budgeted for, and it was sealed to say, okay, these are the buses that are going to the conference. This is how many delegates are coming to the conference. And this is how much accommodation is going to be allocated. And this is how much food then will be served to all these delegates, to the delegates that are coming. Over and above that, on the day of the conference, came in buses, extra buses that literally caused confusion. And those buses, if I may mention, I'm sorry, Chair, I'm just going to mention, they had placards and pictures of people in them, right? And I'm not going to mention the names, the people they know themselves here. If they want to explain themselves, they must explain themselves. So they had the names and the placards of those people chanting their names, saying that The other one was saying that this one is going to be the president. The other one was saying this one was going to be the secretary prior to the conference taking place. And that's where the whole confusion even of the conference started. So the issue of the buses and the money that was then it was then the issue of them obviously forcing themselves into the conference and into the accommodate. They had to be accommodated as well, and also be taken back and be fed and be taken back. So all that money that we were talking about of access, and that's why the addendum had to be made for that 772,000 couple of rands. The issue of the bus emanates actually from there. And that's what gave us the access of about 772 point something rands. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Yvonne, you want to add something? I want to give opportunity to members to start asking questions.
Yes, Chair. I think Tony has covered me there because that is where the buses came. But I was a bit perturbed a little bit by Mr. Mtetwa. He was part of the finance committee. And obviously, as he rightfully says, because I had a disclaimer right from the beginning with the minister to say, I will not be available every time. And the secretariat was allocated to us as well by the department. We were working hand in hand with the department to do everything. And for him to say there was no governance when he was part of it, I really find it to be a bit shocking as well. But be that as it may, the report was given. We submitted absolutely everything. And if there's anything from Koboto or any investigation, I would really like to see that, because I want to think that I worked with people who were very meticulous and we knew what our mandate was, and then we handed over. So I mean, he's a trusted member of the creative industry as well. If there were anything at that time, I would have expected him to raise his hand. Yeah, I don't want to say now that he's part of Parliament, he's a bit conflicted. He was there at that time. And I want to think each and every one of us wanted to make sure that we put a structure that will serve anyone, everybody, and no one should have been left behind. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honourable members, I'm going to give opportunities to members to ask their questions. Honourable Motawung was first, Honourable Potgieter, Honourable Mtetwa. Please proceed. It seems that it's the only Honourable Molatsani, Honourable Khabo, in that order. As members raise their hands, I will add, we do have only time up until 2:30, if I'm correct. Portfolio Secretary.
My hand was raised, Chairperson. Note me. Thank you.
Mr. Daniels, and I'm going to give every member 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 minutes each.
My
That
Chair,
leaves
I
us
don't think
with
I'll
an
take more than
hour.
10
Members,
minutes.
you are happy. You are very happy to ask a question and also get the response immediately. I think that will be the best format, seeing that we had so many presentations. Direct the questions to the individual you wish to, and Honorable Khabo, we are doing it the interpellation style. Honorable Matau.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Chair. My question, I think, is going to be directed to Mam Yvonne, Tate Mphomolepo, and Tate Tshonogoroge, and Eugene Mtetwa. The first question is, do you think the department failed its oversight before they bring you here in this platform before getting any thorough investigation whenever comes to the finances and everything that was entailed here today? That's the first question, Chair.
Honorable Mtetwa, you are in the chair. Please unmute.
Oh, the question is to me. Yeah, I'm wearing two hats. I'm juggling.
We need your information, Honorable Member.
No, I think that question would be relevant, Chair, to the people who are here as committees, as members of the committees, because I have been informed, I've been very much at the center of questioning the department's approach towards this. As I indicated, that this is not the first time, this is not the first investigation, but I've never heard Minister talking about the outcomes of that forensic investigation, the first one. Now we have a second one, meaning that the government, the department is spending another amount of money to investigate. Now, the question that always remains in my head is that why does the department always wait for a crisis to happen when it has signed contracts with the beneficiaries, but not monitor along the way what is happening and only be caught up at 11th hour when there are reports that are not forthcoming, and then only now spending money to investigate? So I think even this meeting, it shows that not all of us were informed about what were the situation, what we should expect, you know. Let me not get into my other head, because now as I'm juggling around, I'm trying to juggle around, but I don't think the members were truly prepared. It is clearly that they were not truly prepared, because even their presentations, the presentation from interim committee was not a consultative process, because this was supposed to have actually been raised with the interim committee members to say, we are called to Parliament. What is it that we were supposed to present? Okay, so that's my take on that one. Thanks.
So do you believe that the department, so you believe that the department has failed the oversight before they called the interim committee to present themselves regarding the forensic investigation?
I can say without fear of any contradiction or intimidation that department constantly has not failed, has done what we expect of it, to fail to monitor, to fail to do an oversight. And that is why today we are sitting here, we are told as a committee, portfolio committee, now we must wait for the department. And this is commonly so in many ways than one you would hear. If we could go back to the recordings, the previous recordings, you will find that it was said that we can't get the report. The portfolio committee cannot get, I must change, the portfolio committee cannot get the report before the people who are, because they are still giving the people who are implicated a chance to respond. Okay, that's what was said. I bet you if we go to the, so it is, we are unfortunately, the department is failing. It has failed dismally. It has failed dismally to monitor, to do oversight on all these projects. You can mention downtown. This presentation of Gobodo shows a glaring, a clear picture of a failed oversight process.
Okay, thank you so much. I think you've upendulele now wonke umuntu. Chair, you know, I'd love to say something which is very, very important, and I think the committee has played a very beautiful role in terms of making sure
We are losing you. Honorable Mataung, we are losing you.
that artists do attend, and them spending an amount of money. So organize at 80% of the time. And with that, I'll upload the hands for them to say, at least you have tried something to the department, but the department is the one that tend to ignore those documents, and that's why we are here today, trying to table the findings of saying if CIFSA have done wrong, and we can't even find one thing, even on the Koboto findings. They are not tabled nicely. We don't see any documentation where the money went to. It's like we are presented with only a document that says this is what they spent, this is what has happened, but it's not tabled in terms of the bullet form to say this money went to this account and which this account was not supposed to do it. That is why we see that the monies they vanish wherever they're supposed to be vanished. But when I heard that Tony said they sent documents, when I heard that Mami Yvonne said they sent documents, when I heard Mpomulipo said they sent documents. So the department is the one that is failing us as a committee at the present moment, because they're supposed to do their oversight and compile all those documents and send it to the forensic guys to say, these are the documents that we've received from these individuals. Please look at them, please refer before we even table this whole thing. Because now there's a case at hand, which is Umam Zungulile said they've opened up a case because of the forensic report that is out, which is at the same time they were not consulted for them to say, your names have been implicated here, these are the findings, what is your say? Before all those things said. So sometimes I believe that the department is trying to rush into finalizing things before looking at the small print at the same time to say this thing will hit back to them. So I'll have a question to the department chair. My first question to the department is more about the internal controls. Why did the department allow the interim structure to administrate millions of rands without first ensuring that appropriate governance system, procurement controls, and financial policies were in place? Why the department did not? So that's the first question, Chair. I think Dr. Kumalo might be able to answer that.
Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. As the report says, Chair, that has just been tabled, since 2021, internal controls have been put in place. I joined the department in 2020, Chair. So I would rather allow colleagues that were there during the interim committee. But from the reading of the reports that I have actually seen, there were quite a number of improvements that needed to be put in place, which obviously were not in place, which is why when we took over in 2021, as also the president of the current CIFSA executives indicated, we put quite a lot of measures that ensured that there were the improvements that Koboto has highlighted in their report. However, the people that were there during the interim committee time can perhaps respond to through you, Chairperson. Mr. Mbiba is in the meeting. Unfortunately, he's the only one because others have since left the department that were there at that particular time, but I can only respond with respect to the current board, which is all the improvements that needed to be put in place. We tried our best to engage them and implement them, and the report does confirm that. There were, however, deviations, as you saw in the report, Chair, in 23-24, but I suppose we'll still speak to that. I don't know whether you'll allow Mr. Mbiba, Chair, to respond to the
Yes,
interim
please.
committee, because I wasn't in the department at that time. Mr. Mbiba.
Chairperson.
Please proceed. It's the Honorable Mataung that have asked you the question.
Okay, Chair. I'm still on the department again.
Honorable Mtetwa, Honorable Mataung, they're still
Yes, I'm
responding
still-
to your question. Just a second.
Okay.
Chairperson, Mr. Mbiba is the one who was to
Yes.
respond. He was in the meeting, but I can't see him now. I'm just checking with the head of that unit, because he was in the meeting. I saw him since the beginning. But as I'm saying, he is best positioned.
He is. I can hear him. Please proceed.
Chairperson, I was the interim SG. Is it possible for me to respond?
Yeah, please do.
Sorry,
My
Chair.
name is
Any
Tantla Sibisi.
information will help.
This is not Mr. Mbiba, Chair. This is Nhlanhla Sibisi.
Yeah, he asked for opportunity. I've given him an opportunity. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So we had a governance structure. I was the interim Secretary General, and I tried to join as early as I could. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. So we had an executive committee, we had an interim committee that comprised of a number of highly profiled people that would approve any transaction that we had. So I was told by UCC Vaughan just now, Uguti, Ubabu Eugene, Honorable Eugene Mteto, has been making accusations that I have no idea, because he was part of the finance committee. I have no idea why those accusations were made when he knows that there were governance structures that were put in place to ensure that any service provider that we appointed was in fact approved by the executive committee and the interim committee. So I don't understand why there is an accusation that there was no governance structure. I was not approached by the forensic guys. They should have actually approached me to ask me what actually happened during the interim committee. I mean, you're talking, Chair, about very, very highly profiled individuals that, from where I sit, were credible. Extremely credible, including myself. I'm an advocate. Extremely credible. So I don't understand why there are these accusations about the interim committee that I know. I mean, Mam Yvonne is a credible person. Ubabu Stole, who was the deputy chairperson, is a very incredible person. So I don't understand, Chair.
Yeah, can we deal with the responses of Honorable Mataung? If in this particular case someone said there was no government, meaning it is semantics. It's not that there wasn't really not a government. There was a government, but it's semantic. We understand in what way it was said. Honorable Mataung, your time has been eaten up, but I'm giving you extra 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Okay, Chairperson. I think, Chair, we'll be posing questions to the department, but we won't find any answers because of the people that were involved then. They are not part and parcel of this meeting. So for me, asking questions directly to the department, it will be unfair because I won't find any answers. Especially one, I wanted to find out who within the department was responsible for verifying the expenditure before authorizing the payments. You know, did the department conduct the site visits and monitoring during the implementation of this project? Were any weakness identified during the monitoring? If so, what corrections, actions were taken? So these kind of questions, Chair, because of now we're backdating from to 2021 to 2019, that means we will not find any answers from the department, meaning there was no handover regarding this case of CIFSA. So I don't know whether the department will be able to answer our questions today based on what Dr. Cynthia Khumalo said, that she only joined 2020, and the person who was there, his line is, or his network is like troubling us. So meaning we'll be doing back and forth. And I can't even ask the minister again to say, Minister, can you answer this? Because of the minister was not there. You know, it was Minister Mtetwa, it was Paul Mashatile who presented this as an initiative for CIFSA to be created. But where I'm sitting now is like Sipegi Poto ngeke vote chairperson. I submit and thank you so much.
I have just been informed that Mr. Mbiba is on the platform. Mr. Mbiba, there is a question, and I want to say to you, Honorable Mataung, don't feel discouraged. You ask these questions, it will be recorded, and your children's tomorrow will see this. And if you take over a department that is lock, stock, and barrel, this can't be contagious. There must be a way to stop it. Mr. Mbiba, please respond to the question. I'm not too sure what happened earlier on.
Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members, Minister, DG, and colleagues from the department. The question that was raised, it was about the question of systems, which I think Advocate Sibisi answered it correctly. To
No,
my
you must answer
understanding,
it. We want you to answer it, Mr. Mbiba.
Chairperson, I'm going towards that direction to say, to my understanding, when I was there in the department, we were given the role of assisting the secretariat. And what we noted at the ground is that within the interim committee, there were various committees that were established to ensure the running of the business of the interim committee on a day-to-day basis. Any committee would then sit and discuss ways in which they would implement areas. I think in this meeting, it was also indicated that some of the members that are sitting in here formed some of the committees. For instance, the finance committee, it was there. And then there was also a legal team that was assisting with the development of the memorandum of incorporation. So there were various committees that were set up to ensure that whatever that is being done in terms of the administration of the work of the interim committee could be done accordingly. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Mataung, I'm going to give you another opportunity later. I now call upon the Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just before I start, I'd just like clarity. Mention was made of a previous forensic investigation. Are we talking about the public protector investigation, or are we dealing with two separate forensic investigations?
The department?
Apologies, Chair. The understanding that I have is that the department commissioned, I'm not sure whether it was through public protector or what, but it did. There was a report that when I joined the department was done through a company called BIG, and that is the report that was then covering a period 2014 to 2018. I saw that report when I joined the department. It's quite a brief report that wasn't detailed, but we used it with the new executive. When I joined, they were 2 years old, to actually implement some of the improvements. So this report, my understanding is that it was commissioned. It might have come through a recommendation of the public protector. I wouldn't know, Chair. But yes, the report
Chair.
was done by BIG.
Yeah.
It's called BIG.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Chairperson, I don't think we have a copy of that report, but if possible, if it is, from quite some time ago, if we can get a copy, it would give us a good basis. Then just with regards to the 772,000 Rand. Sorry, Chair, there's just a noise here. Let me just turn it off. My apologies. Just with regards to the 772,000 Rand, I think some clarity was given that it went towards buses. And my confusion here, if you read the forensic report, it reads as if CIFSA basically detected an error the first time round on the first R1 million payment that was paid over. That was in 2015, they corrected it. So instead of 6 million, it was 5 million. It then appears, because if you read the report as it stands without that explanation, that the same error was made the following year with the 772. So it's almost like somebody tried to pay R1 million and didn't get it right. Somebody picked it up and then paid the 772,000. I'm flagging that because that's how it can be interpreted without the explanation of the buses. I'm still not completely sure exactly how this bus, scenario turned out, or why they had to pay the amount because somebody sent buses. It doesn't quite make sense. The Gobodo report basically says that that was an unauthorized amount and it shouldn't have been paid. That's the problem. The problem is not what it was spent on. The problem is the fact that it was irregularly approved. And my issue with the report here, Chair, is that it basically fingers one project manager as being culpable in this instance, but it almost ignores the fact that there were other parts of this particular organization. So once this person had witnessed that addendum and somebody else had vetted it, they were not either the signatory of the addendum nor were they the implementer. But the Gobodo report does not go into saying anything about the person who signed the documents and the person who paid the money, which are neither one of the people that they ask for consequences to be brought against. So I'm trying to understand, are these the only two role players? And what part did anybody else play in it? Because it can't be that they are solely responsible. It's like I say to you, I recommend you go and buy shoes for 500 Rand. The shoes are faulty, and then you try and hold me liable because you want your money back. So if I can get an understanding of why they're the only two people that are implicated in this report in that regard.
Amid the fact that there was more than one with placards in the bus, can we respond to that question?
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think probably it's going to be me because the member who've just spoken here made reference to the Gobodo report and asking why are we making the recommendation mainly relating to two. Not to try to be long, Chairperson. If you look at the scope of our investigation, but most importantly, the part that deals with determining whether the officials appointed and empowered within the organization may have approved money where they were not supposed to have approved, meaning that where money disbursed in accordance with what the memorandum of agreement is dictating. And normally when we do this kind of investigation, we look at the responsibilities that are given to project managers. And we also take into consideration the role that project managers are requested, and the level of involvement and the level of scrutiny.
Okay, so sorry, sir. Sorry to interrupt you. I understand how you would have done the forensic investigation. What I'm trying to determine is essentially these were the only two people that are named. One of them witnessed the annexure. The other one vetted it. Neither one of them, from what I can see, signed it or paid the money. So are they the only two people involved, and they were solely responsible for this money being paid out?
Okay, thank you, member. Remember, the other people that were involved would have been some would have been at finance, some would have been at the level of an accounting officer, and some would have been at internal control. But whatever they do, they rely on the information that has been disclosed to them, and the level of reliance is placed in good faith to say those people that give us information in the form of submission, supporting document, have done what they were supposed to do. Their responsibilities that, for example, someone in finance that is supposed to pay invoices, literally capture invoices, process invoice on the system. You don't expect that particular individual to go to an extent of going on the ground. I'm just making an example and verifying whether service that has been rendered. He rely on the person that was appointed to check and make determination that services have been rendered in line with the scope. So that is why when we did this, we deal with the person that had first access to the requests that were made, meaning the person that would have drafted the addendum and the person that would have vetted the addendum before that addendum is being submitted internally within the department.
So are you saying then, because in your report it says that he witnessed it, so are you saying he drafted and signed it, he didn't witness it? Is that what you're saying?
There was a person from legal there who ought to have ensured that this addendum is in line with internal processes, meaning it meets the requirement of an addendum. Then there was
I get the process. I completely understand. But what I'm trying to determine is, how does a witness of an addendum be held responsible for the addendum itself? If I witness a contract, I'm not responsible for the contract. So what I'm asking is, did this person author and sign the addendum that is why you are holding them, liable for consequences?
You also vetted the addendum. It was not only a process of just a witnesses, for example, just coming across a secretary in the passage and asking him to witness. This is a person from legal who actually had to vet, check this addendum is fine as you are from legal, and then witness it for me because I need to sign it and issue it internally.
Okay, so what you're saying is these two people were the sole people that were involved in this addendum, and that's the irregularity?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Now, I just want to understand if the people in contract management and legal, etc., kind of realized that the R1 million the first time round was an error. Why did this? How did the 772,000 rand get through? This is not necessarily for the Gabota report, Chair, but possibly the department itself or the interim board. I'm just trying to understand this bus issue because it doesn't make sense. So very quickly and clearly, the buses were sent and then you were forced to pay the money. Is that how I'm understanding it?
I'm not sure if that question is directed to me, member.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's probably for Mr. I think Mr. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. No, the issue of buses, I think maybe the interim committee will answer that better because it was falling under their tenure. With us, sorry?
Please proceed.
No, it was me. I was saying maybe I will clarify it after because I was there.
Okay. So with us, it was just that when it came to us, we were then asked by the department to pay that 772,000. That we asked why should we pay that to them, because it's not part of our new administration. We have to move on with the new things that we have to carry. And then they explain that, no, it's coming from, it is an access that is coming from, there's no, then we have to make it clear that this is what we're paying and you're going to pay us back this money because it's not part of our new administration money that we have to carry through. And maybe I'll give Mr. Mpumelelo just to give clarification of how it started and why it happened.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't need the clarity, but perhaps maybe the official who authorized or instructed that it must be paid.
Okay.
Zulake, can you please come in?
Through you, Chairperson, thank you. Let me perhaps maybe start from the question of the authorization of that amount, and I would understand where the investigators are actually coming from, but let me indicate that the absence of evidence at the time of investigation is not the evidence of absence. That transaction, it was properly authorized, and when we received the report from the CIFSA members, there was a clear indication that they were actually overspent, and the management had to concede and agree that because of the over expenditure, then something needs to be done. As it has been explained in this meeting, that there were other people who were not supposed to be in that conference, but ended up in the conference.
Sorry, Mr. Bieber, if I can cut you short because I don't have a lot of time. I understand the history of what happened. What I'm trying to determine is the buses were sent. Who authorized that the buses must be paid for? Where did that instruction come from?
The authorization came from DSEC management to say, given the over expenditure that happened at the conference, then there should be a way of addressing that. And I think in the meeting, it was explained that the conference nearly collapsed if it wasn't the then minister who tried by all means to ensure that the conference happened. It was going to collapse simply because of the process of, those, to my understanding, I was not at the conference, but we were given that report. But minister tried to handle it in a wise manner to ensure that those...
No, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Mbiba. I get it. I'm just trying to ascertain where the instruction came from because the blame is very squarely placed in one place. So I just need to understand that. Then with regards to the 5.4 million rand, and I think it was alluded to earlier just from the Gabota report. I'm trying to understand if the committee doesn't know where the money came from, whether or not the whether or not the money remained unused and it should have been returned. Did the department at any stage, and DG, maybe you are able to answer this or not because it's before your time, but did the department try and recover that 5.4 million rand to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, there is no recovery that was done that I'm aware of. At least there is no documentation that confirms that. But perhaps Velake has got a better response, Chair.
Thank you. And then just from the Gabota report, again, why is there only one official named in particular respect to this money? Because surely there were supervisors and the finance committee, and etc., and all of the people that were involved in the allocation or usage of this money. I find it very hard to believe that a sole project manager was the only person that you're finding against in terms of, this money not having been paid back.
Thank you, member. I think you will recall that I made reference to systems and adequate system and processes in place. Unfortunately, that was the picture to say there wasn't a formal structure within the department, 3 or 4 people to say, we've got this federation which is still a little baby, for a lack of a better word, that needs to proper oversight, proper monitoring, proper control. This responsibility was given to a project manager. So you then come to a point where, why do we apportion then the responsibility? Because can you then go around the department and look for other people apart from that project manager? And then it's based on that, the fact that in the absence of a structure or coordinating or an ad hoc committee, the responsibility lies with that person that had the responsibility of managing the
Thank you very much. That's very clear. Chair, I would point out that that's a very dangerous arrangement. I don't know how that was set up in the first place, but it does explain exactly why this happened. I just want to go into, because there are some issues, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, and I've done a bit of research on this, but I do think that I'm trying to understand why the department didn't examine the level of care that was applied to the signing of the 12 million rand USIBA agreement. The particular official who signed that agreement was also implicated and found to have violated the constitution with regards to motivating for the Gupta family's early naturalization. So I'm trying to understand why SIFSA handed the entire project to Murray Events, first of all, and why the report itself doesn't properly examine the responsibility of the DG who signed that agreement at the time.
I think maybe the first question that relates to the members that were at CISA in relation to why did they allocate the funding to Mera Events to undertake the implementation of that awards and conference. Thanks.
Yes, I'm here. For us, it was basically that we were not events company. So we needed people who can do that in organizing and doing proper eventing and in making sure that all those things that we needed there were made to its professionally. So that's basically why we had to outsource the events company to do that for us.
Honorable Potgieter, please conclude.
Yeah, Chair, I'm trying to understand. You know, we've got an individual who was at the very same time who was basically found to have violated the constitution in another matter, who was then allowed to sign a 12 million rand agreement to hand over to Murray Events. The same events company was not just simply an events company. It actually was directed by the former chief director of special projects in the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. And essentially, that person then received funding for 3 consecutive years. I would think that the report itself would go into the connections here that are extremely suspicious, that probably should have come up and been investigated at the time. I do understand that, the panel itself or the board or is not a forensic, organization, but there are very big links here between both Murray Events, the person who signed the 12 million rand USIBA agreement, and then again, another official who served both as a SIFSA representative while also serving on the Ministerial Advisory Committee within DSAC, who, whilst receiving the departmental funding, was also adjudicating or advising the department on where to send the funding. And there are various connections here that for me the report is not making, that point to a bigger issue than just 2 officials who've signed an addendum here and there and probably made an error or kept money back. So that's what I'm trying to understand, is whether or not, and maybe this is a question towards the minister and the DG, does there not perhaps need to be an expansion on this particular report? Because I don't feel that it's complete. If you look into this and you simply do a search on the individuals involved, you will find that all of these links exist. So perhaps maybe that's where the question needs to go, Chair.
Sorry, Chair, can I get a point of order there, please, Chair?
Minister?
Yeah. Chair, I do agree fully with what Ms. Potgieter is saying, simply because no matter how you look at this, we are not a company we are not a business that's or we are a government department. We're not a company that must even specializes in loans. Nowhere in CFSA or the DSEC, if you go and look at MOA or whatever document there might be, that it is even permissible to loan money or engage in that type of, that's not how government operates or people at government fund. So I just wanted to say I agree fully, because it is very obvious there needs to be further in regards to this issue. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable
Thank
Potgieter,
you,
you
Chair.
have to wrap up now.
You're giving me an ultimatum, Chair. Thank you. What I will do, Chair, is I will send this. I mean, it's not, believe me, it's not a forensic investigation in itself, but I will send you this information for the sake of, because it's a very long, convoluted exercise that perhaps maybe can support it. But my worry lies when we do forensic investigations, they need to be complete. I am concerned that it appears that members of the interim committees over the various period of time said they submitted documentation, but it appears that, you know, from the Gobodo side, they didn't receive, you know, proper participation or lack thereof. Whether the department got the documentation, it's not really upon them to give it to the forensic investigators. If they interviewed members of the interim board, etc., if they had that documentation, they could have handed it over. So I do think that them lacking a lot of that documentation is probably fundamental in this investigation. The other issue is the unexplained links between officials who served both in CIFSA and on the department at the time, and individuals who were suspended by the minister of the time, who had signed portions of these MOAs, and the officials who essentially were, you know, found to be in violation of the Constitution and other matters. These all play into this particular matter. So I would welcome, for me, I don't think it's fair that it's closed at this point and consequences are implemented, but rather that the investigation is kind of expanded a bit. But again, that does cost money. So perhaps my last question, Chair, is what the cost of this particular forensic investigation was, and whether or not a subsequent expansion would result in excessive cost to the department. I don't want to put them under that kind of pressure. We already know how strapped they are. Thank you.
The cost of the investigation, the department.
Chair, CAE.
Thank you, Gigi. This cost was 685,000, and if we have to go into another phase for this investigation, there will definitely be further costs. I can't put a figure to it right now. It will depend on the scope. Thanks, Chair.
I just want to, based on the interrogation of the member, ask a question on behalf of the committee to the Gobodo. The buses, companies, and every company involved in what all of these payments concerned. Are you in a position to give the committee a report as to whether these companies still exist?
Chair, is the question directed to me?
Yes, my apologies.
No, thank you, Chair. No, we are not in that position. And one of the main reasons for us not being in that position is precisely based on the scope because even the member before that, similar to what you are raising, when this investigation are conducted, we focus mainly on the scope and so that we don't outstep our mandate. And our scope was not providing for conducting conflict of interest checks and possible, relationships between officials. It was mainly focused on the financial administration and the operational administration of the
Who would you say that? Who will you tell that will give us that information? Normally after such big investigations, these companies are just closing down.
Yes, it will. I don't think it will be such a very big investigation. However, for purpose of ensuring that the information that are provided to you, Chair, and the honorable members are credible and are solid, I think a proper processes must be unfolded because we need to do certain testing to get that information, do our CIPC directorship checks, try to go to a further extent in determining relationship because there could be other background companies in the back which can divulge possible links between either officials or officials of the federation and companies that were involved. So if we've got a scope that could determine possible relationship, we really go at a very large extent to make the determination by checking the directorship history of the members or some of the close relatives that in question. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm still uncertain as to, after this meeting, will the committee be in a position to receive those, and from who? What resolution can we take?
Chair.
Who's that?
In Tlantla CBC.
You may proceed, Mr.
Thank you, Chair. I think it would help the forensic guys to also have a consultation with each of the interim committee members, including myself. Because right now I'm listening and I'm worried that the Gobodo report is not complete. It is actually supposed to have investigated all of us, including the accusations about conflict of interest, which actually doesn't exist. I have reports that indicate the fact that we actually appointed all the service providers through proper channels. So I think, Chair, just for completeness, we just need to have all of those investigations done, because my name has been muddied.
Gobodo, what are you saying about the allegations that the investigation report is incomplete?
No, I wouldn't agree to that, Chairperson, because as I indicated earlier, is that we are confined to those four main categories that we are required to look into, which evolves around financial administration. Yeah, so if a conflict of interest investigation or determination is done,
then you would have done
on
that.
all the
I
members.
understand.
Yes, on all the members.
I understand.
We are more than willing to do that.
I understand. It's fine. Honorable Molatani.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I think my first question, Chair, I just want to ask Gobodo, now that here we are today and there are members, members from CIFSA who are part of this meeting and who've said that they've sent information and they were not interviewed. Just want to check with Gobodo, how come did they conclude their investigation so early, and how many people did they interviewed all in all these committees? Chairperson, I will pause there for now.
Thank you. Through you, Chairperson, we interviewed quite a number of people. I think the main report indicates, if I'm not sure, it's probably in excess of 20 people. And as far as the committee members of the federations, that the main focus was based on was on the one from the board members, I feel from 2015 to 2019, that were present on issues that we identified during the investigation. Because I think during the presentation earlier, I indicated that as far as the members that were present in 2014, there were many issues there. Okay, one of the issues that was in dispute was the audited financial statement, which we managed to satisfy ourselves that audited financial statement was submitted for the 2014-2015 financial year. The findings that we made and the concerns and the irregularities that were reported upon here in the presentation, which relates to UCIBA, DTMH, and spent funds, those concerns or those findings took place between 2015 and 2019. That's why I indicated that members of the board that were there in 2015 to 2019, attempts were made to get hold of them, and most of them sitting in this platform were interviewed, Mrs. Molotani. And then from 2021 going onwards, from a reporting perspective, when we did our testing and our analysis and the challenges that the department faced, it was not necessarily that substantive. It was not necessarily that material, because we were really provided with almost adequate and sufficient information, which tallied to the amount that the department allocated, because we had to do a testing from a spending point of view, looking at the actual invoices, the proof of payment. So we then said, no, but there's no adequate basis for us to go and interview members from 2021 onwards, because based on what will we be confronting them and based on what irregularities, because the evidence that is presented in 2021 shows a lot of improvement. There's glaring evidence that shows that there were substantive irregularities took place between 2015 and 2020. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Moletsani.
Yes, Chair.
Please stay on your point, but is it procedural fair for, and as I understand the concern Honorable Moletsani has raised, not to have interviewed the interim committee members? Isn't it risky?
On top of that, Chairperson, before they can also respond, I also want to check, now that you are having members here who are saying that we've submitted our documents, we submitted what has happened, and we are even prepared to be interviewed because we want to clear our name. How does that going to be worked out? The forensic auditor, because really it can't be right that people are sitting here, people have been named as one of those who are corrupt, and it's not easy for someone to come forward to say, I am here, I've raised my issues, I've sent documents, and nothing has ever been happened. I have not been interviewed. They are here now. What needs to happen further?
No, thank you, member. There is a part in our report, maybe for your benefit and the benefit of other members, which talks, I think it's from a disclaimer's point of view, which talks about the fact that if there are any documents that can be produced, then we reserve the right to deal with the conclusions that were there. But this aspect must not be confused to the fact that when we did investigation, this information and this records, to a very large extent, we expected it within the department. We went to the department. We sat with project managers. We were given documents. We perused documents. And unfortunately, other documents could not have been found. We went to the other members also of the federation, and as you correctly point out, and their position is that we have submitted those documents to the department. But if they found those documents, then afterwards, it's something that can be discussed between us and the department. And if those documents are then readily available, it is documents that can be considered if the documents are there, because these are some of the questions that we ask during an investigation, to say, please bring the information, because we are busy doing the calculations and we have to close the matter. The matter cannot be left hanging in perpetuity. And then maybe when we get to, I'm just making an example, sittings of this nature, documents then are being brought to table. So we are not taking a defensive position to say we cannot disregard any documentation that can still be made available, which can have an impact on the conclusions, the recommendations, and the findings of the report. Thank you.
Chair, if you allow me
Yes,
to...
Honorable Moletsani.
Yes, I just want to check with the department now. The issue of mirror events, where 8.5 was allocated, and then the 10% was for administration fee and 90% was the money that was supposed to be used for the event. And now, according to the report, 1.4 million has not yet been accounted for. I just want to check with the department that how does the department intend to recover that 1.4 million? Because we can't always keep on doing to write it off as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. How are they going to recover that 1.4 million? On top of that, can I have 3 questions, Chairperson, if you allow me, because I know I don't have time. And the other thing that I want to check with the department in the memorandum of agreement, what was the due diligence did the department undertake before entering into MOA with CIFSA? And what specific performance obligations was CIFSA required to fulfill before and after receiving the public funds? I will pause there and wait for the response, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Zwelakhe, can you come in first? I would add if there is anything else I can be able to add.
Chairperson, can I start from the area or where they were raising issues of concern regarding the submission of reports to the department? I can confirm that when I met with Goboto, I explained to them the situation that we have in the department, the systematic issues that are challenging us. We used to have a building in Arcadia, and when we moved out of that building had a registry where most of the reports were actually archived. And when we moved into a new building, we were told that we cannot, because of the office that we have, that we cannot take all those documents into our offices. I'm just highlighting this matter to say most of, to my understanding, the investigation relied on information that was sitting in my office. And I explained to Kohoto to say some of the information could be sitting somewhere and they would have to try to access that information. Unfortunately, I tried myself to also access certain information from finance. I could not get that information. The systems kept on changing because we're talking for a period of about 10 years. And when you go into finance, when you look for information, you do not get that information. And the systematic challenges that are within the department kept on creating problems of us having to hand over proper documentation for them to be able to analyze everything that has been presented to us by CIFSA. I think those are the critical questions that at times it could be pushed to, to the level of the project manager, but without looking into the entire organization as to whether the organization itself has got some proper systems. And then coming to the question of the USIBA award, my understanding is that at the level of project management, there was an agreement that was done at a higher level than myself. And that agreement came down to us as project managers for us to be able to implement. And during that process of implementation, we noted that in the proposal that came from CIFSA, there was already an indication that because of capacity, they will be appointing another service provider. And the documentation that we then developed was to highlight exactly that, to say, this is the process that has been agreed with management, and it was approved as such, to say CIFSA will then go into another agreement with another company, which is a process that we as project managers we followed, having noted that, and it was approved at another level. And when matters are being handed over to us to say, come assist and manage, sometimes you may see my name or any other person's name being indicated there, and thinking that all the decisions are being taken at that level, but other decisions are being taken at another level. And at times, when you are managing that process, you are unable to contradict what has already been decided. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask just the CAE to add on the issue of recovery, Chair, because there has been a recommendation in the report itself, but we have then further consulted also on that particular aspect. CAE.
Thank you, DG. Just in terms of the recovery process, with regards to mirror events, that the director of that company has since passed on. So it's would be difficult then to actually recover those monies. Then also in terms of the recoveries from SIPSA, there were several changes in terms of the board members, and SIPSA is not constituted in terms of a company or a non-profit organization, so their recovery processes as well would also be difficult legally. And in terms of SIPSA doesn't really own any assets, so it will be also difficult to recover through a sale of execution process in that regard. Thanks, Chair.
Can I just say something? I find it difficult, Honorable Molatsani, that the monies cannot be recovered. The money and the debt doesn't die with the person. I still believe, I would like to see that monies can be recovered.
Chairperson, you've just covered me clearly. Whoever who is responsible, the person who owns that mirror event and so forth, the department will have to see to it that that money must be recovered, because it means if we just said the person has passed away, we are allowing everyone who misused the department money to get away, not to pay whatever that it's supposed to be paid. You've just we cannot allow that answer, Chairperson. Department must go back and do their diligence work and come back to report on that one. That
Exactly.
how are they going to recover that 1.4 million? If you allow me, Chairperson, to continue with my questions.
Yes, please proceed.
Yes, I think I will put them in three so that time doesn't catch up with me. Chairperson, I just want to check again with the department. Why did the department permit SIFSA to transact departmental funds through its main operational bank instead of requiring a dedicated project account? Second question, does the department accept that the use of a single bank account created a material risk of committing public funds? My last question, before they can respond, has the department quantified the amount of public funds that cannot be fully accounted for because of this practice? I will pause there, Chairperson, and wait for response.
The department.
Thank you, Chair. Zwelakhe, can you please cover the response?
When SIFSA was appointed, the level of appointment, it was done at my highest level, and I was given documentation for me to process those documentation. I might not have clear answers as to how it was agreed, and if one would get in touch of those documents, you would realize that the interaction happened prior to me even seeing what was happening. All what I was doing was to facilitate the transactions, and that is all what I can account on. And perhaps maybe the limitation that we have.
Chairperson.
Honorable Molatsani, proceed.
You know what, Chair? I know we're going to get into this stage where the department is going to run around instead of answering the questions. And we cannot be sitting here, Chairperson, and when asking a question, when we're supposed to get respond will be given certain reasons accountable of those things that happened even before you became the chairperson. Can the department stop running around? Thank you, Chair.
The answer?
Thank you, Chair. I think Uzalake was still continuing, Chair. If you could please continue.
I think from my side, I've covered myself to say perhaps maybe management should assist in answering that question. We are sitting here in a situation where it seems like everything is being pushed down to the level of project management, but there are various managers that have been interacting with these processes.
Mr. Mbiba, the question is whether this happened during, before, or after your presence. It's a simple answer.
Again, Chairperson, I couldn't.
The question was, all of this, did it happen before, during, or after your presence or appointment?
Chairperson, I think I have addressed that question to say, as a junior official, yes, it happened during my presence, but it happened at another level. I would not have all those answers.
No, the question is before, during, or after your presence. So, Honorable Molotani, it's during the presence of Mr. Mbiba. Please proceed with your interrogation.
And now Chairperson Mr. Mbiba said that he was a junior official who was responsible during that time.
Thank you, Chair. I think
Mr. Mbiba, no, Dr. Kumano. Mr. Mbiba, who was responsible at the time? You were junior.
Chairperson, I'm not sure if I should say the name of the position.
The question is who was responsible at the time. The answer is simple. It's Joe Maglua, it is Molatani, or whatever the case may be.
The documents that I received and based on the information, it shows the DDG of that division by then.
Who was the DDG?
Who was Monica Newton.
Now the question doesn't say who was responsible according to the documents. When you were a junior, who was responsible? You were reporting to who?
The chief director was Mr. Mabaso, and the DDG was Monica Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Mbiba. You will be and you are protected, so don't be scared to respond to questions. All that we do is just our oversight. The Honorable Molatani, proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope, because remember, at the end of the day, those officials who are implicated, the department need to deal with them. Hopefully, also these ones, they will be part of those officials who are implicated. Chairperson, I just want to, the forensic report concludes that the procurement process for the downtown music hub was conducted in a piecemeal manner without required bid specification and bid evaluation committees. Who authorized this deviation? And why was the treasury procurement prescripts was not being followed to the latter? I will pause there for the response.
Who and why and what is a piecemeal manner?
Yes.
Thanks, Chair. If I may respond to that through you, Chair, the concerns that we raised, which led us to making that conclusion that it was a piecemeal, is to say that the department embarked on a procurement process, but mainly focused on the discussion of the submissions that were made at the bid adjudication committee level, forgetting that there was, for lack of a better word, excluding the bid specification committee and most importantly, the bid evaluation committee, where both submissions ought to have been adequately tested. And then the person who would have authorized that would have been the DG that was present at that time, because the boss and the submission that would have served before him indicated that after making reference to the bid adjudication committee, they made a recommendation. But also not only the DG, also the bid adjudication committee, members of the bid adjudication committee at the time, because they ought to have known that we're busy involved in a procurement process. That's why we call ourselves the bid adjudication committee. But there are two committees that ought to have, considered and be engaged in interactions to ensure that a submission that reached us went through the entire process and was adequately tested. So it would have been the DG at the time as well as members of the Better Education Committee. Thank you.
Honorable Malachani.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I just want to check, has the department referred this procurement irregularities for disciplinary, civil or criminal investigation?
Department.
Sunita.
Thank you. Thank you, Gigi. Yes, Chair, these irregularities were reported to the CFO for following the National Treasury irregular expenditure framework in doing the determination test for irregular expenditure. Thank you, Chair.
Has those officials who are involved in this process, have they been charged, or what has happened to them, or are they still working for the department? It's normal as it is.
Chair, through you, if I may.
Yes, please proceed.
Yes, Chair. As I've indicated, we are still waiting for the internal controls to run their processes regarding the determination testing for irregular expenditure, and thereafter the necessary steps will be taken. Thank you, Chair.
Hopefully through you, Chairperson, we will be informed, because we know there are so many officials in the department who have done something, and as the portfolio committee, we've always requested to be given information. Until today, we haven't received anything, and those officials, they are still coming to work as it normal. So I'm not sure whether in the department we have the golden boys and the golden girls who are untouchable. I don't know, Chair. Hopefully with this time around, we will get the report. I think, Chair, my last question that I want to pose, I just want to check, especially regarding that issue of the loans, Chairperson. Let me just go through my notes quickly, Chairperson, regarding that issue of the loans, because I still don't understand how are we end up finding ourselves in a situation where the funds from the department have been used in loans, Chairperson. I'm trying to check. Yes, I just want to check, Chair, what was the purpose of the 2 loans made to DTHM, and were those loans authorized under the memorandum of agreement or any treasury framework? Has the department recovered the outstanding balance due from DTHM? Thank you very much, Chair.
The department.
I think I'm not sure whether you're allowing Kobodo to come first.
Please do, Kobodo.
Thanks, Chair. I think we'll explain the circumstances that we have determined, but as far as the recovery part of it, it may be difficult because it's on the department. I think Mr. Albert, my colleague, is also in the platform, was more privy to those transactions because he looked at more deeper than I. Mr. Al, do you want to come in through your Chairperson?
Yes, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. The loans, firstly, were not properly approved. but monies were given to DTHM. These were supposed to have been recovered with any future funding that DTHM would receive and would be deducted. But we did not come across any repayment of the loan, and that is why we reported it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. No repayment, Honorable Moletsani. Please wrap up.
Chairperson, yes, I'm wrapping up. No repayment up to so far. Can the department follow that matter up and report back to the portfolio committee? Chairperson, it can be that everyone will just come and put the hand in the cookie jar and be left unattended. Can the department follow it up and come back to and report back to the portfolio? My
Chairperson.
final.
I'm sure they
Chairperson.
can. Who's that?
Chairperson.
Who's that?
Is Mr. Mbiba?
Yes, Mr. Mbiba, there's a
Uh,
button there you press and it raise your hands.
Yes, I tried and I noted that this matter could just pass, but due to technical issues, I thought perhaps maybe I could quickly jump in. Chairperson, my understanding of the loans, those loans were not coming from the department, and perhaps maybe SIFSA could assist on that. It was a loan coming from SIFSA to DTMH. And
Yeah, but
that
I
was
think if my understanding is right and I've read the documents correctly, the money came from DSEC.
The money of SIFSA came from DSEC. SIFSA on its own, it doesn't have money. It survived through the funds from DSEC.
That's my understanding on the
We
report
have the
earlier.
right to ask that question, and we have the right to tell department to go and get further information and tell us how are they going to recover those loans. It's not the money that has fallen from the sky, from the department to SIFSA, because without the department, SIFSA could not survive.
Yes, it actually begs the question, what was the oversight role of the department on monies allocated to SIFSA? Because my understanding earlier with some of the reports was that monies that was allocated to SIFSA was given out as loans, if I'm right. Proceed. Honorable Moletsani, you have to wrap up.
Yes, Chair, I'm wrapping
I'll just
up.
give you extra time due to your profile picture.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me wrap up. The issue of USIBA ministerial awards, it's my final questions. Why was approximately 8.5 million transferred to MARA events without sufficient financial reporting requirements? That will be my first question. Did the department approve the appointment of MARA events as an implementing agency? Why were detailed invoices and supporting documentation not obtained before or after the payments? So was the monitoring of MARA events during the implementation? That will be my final question, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
The department, financial requirements, MARA event details not included.
Thank you, Chair Zulaki. You can also refer to the relevant person. Yeah.
Yeah, to my understanding of the records based on the proposal that was presented to the department and the information that I received to the then acting DDG, there was a discussion prior to the approval of the funding and a clear indication that SIFSA would appoint a service provider to that effect to assist coordinating the conference and the awards. And the approval was then made based on those discussions that were entered between management and and management of the department and CIFSA. And from the level of officials, we ensured that such agreements are also included in the submission so that it captures what was discussed prior the approval was done. And in relation to the reporting, what I noted from having been in the department for quite a while, the reporting in the department kept on changing based on recommendations that are coming from the Auditor General. At that point, when that particular project was reporting, the system that was used, it was solely relying on the invoices that would come from the service providers, but not rather going deeper into the areas where if they had subcontractors, they would end up gathering that information. So the reporting, yes, it was presented at that level, and the information that was presented by that service provider to as an invoice to CIFSA, it was submitted to the department as part of the reporting, and through the internal system, that information was verified, and the information was approved as something that would suffice based on the requirements of the department. And if I recall, that particular project was even part of the departmental APPs. Normally what it will be done is that if any information is still missing, a project will not be accepted as achieved. But in that year, that project was accepted as having been achieved based on the information that was presented at that level. However, as years were going, I understand based on the Auditor General's recommendation, they will be changing in terms of the reporting requirements within the department. Here we're talking about, many
Please
years
conclude.
ago as versus what is currently being done. So the differences, I think, should be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call upon the Honorable Eugene Mtetwa.
Before Chair, one question which was not being answered from the same item. Why was approximately 8.5 million transferred to Mara events without sufficient financial reporting requirements? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Buale Rona Bakait.
Are you responding, Zwelakhe?
Chairperson, I thought I answered that there was an invoice that came from Mira, and a detailed analysis on how the money have been used, and of which it formed part of the CIFSA report that was presented to the department. And as I indicated, the requirements by then was not as so detailed as the requirements that could be used currently, and that is why even when the report was taken through various sections of the department, whether monitoring and evaluation and other divisions, finance and the like, that report was seen as something that would suffice the requirements of the department. Thank you.
The Honorable Mtetwa.
Hey, Kunsima, Chair Kunsima. May I start by this disclaimer and say lying to Parliament is a statutory offense. Misleading us is a statutory offense. Section 24 or 26 of the powers and privileges, the ethics, immunities of Parliament, and Section 20, Act 4 of 2004. I'm saying this to everyone who is responding here because you seem to be very economical about the truth. Honorable Potgieter, you nailed it. You nailed it on the head. There's no truth here. Gobodo forensic, the Gobodo forensic report, I did say that this forensic report is a miss of correct terms of reference. And this, I believe this was done deliberately. But maybe I should also not say maybe it was done deliberately because if I'm not mistaken, are you the same Gobodo that did the Sambro forensic investigation on the 48 million that went to Dubai? Let me start there.
I can't recall because we're involved in so many matters, but I don't think I was involved in that particular matter. Thanks.
The pattern seems to be the same because with Sambro, you only identified the CEO as the person who was responsible. And I argued that with corporate governance, there's no way a CEO can transact 48 million alone. There's no CFO. There was a CFO at Sambro who transacted basically. There was a board that took decisions, resolutions and decisions. There was a committee, audit committee that must have looked out after this. But for so many years, money went out. For so long, money went out. And the only person that is implicated in your report was the CEO. Now here, again, it's only two people who are implicated in this report. So I'm sensing the pattern. But be that as it may, I want to find out, ask you, whether which years were not audited of CIFSA, because you seem to be very strongly saying from 21 upwards, all was well. Which reports were not audited, financial reports, which years were not audited?
I think 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. The financial statements that were provided, they were not audited. It was financial statements that were reviewed.
Now, let me turn to the department. Department, where did you get, or maybe let's finish with you in terms of, or you're saying that they were not audited, so you did not have any interviews with the audit firms that claim to have audited. Is that what I'm understanding from your statement?
Yes, member, that's correct. Those financial statements were only reviewed, were not audited. So you couldn't get to the level of auditation.
Thank you very much. DG, Dr. Cynthia, I asked for the reports of CIFSA, constantly asking them. And they came with audited financials, with audited letters, auditors who have audited. Where were these audit letters coming from?
From 2020-21, all the reports that I have came with audited reports. Anything prior to that, my colleagues can respond.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
Honorable Member.
Let me clarify. I've got auditors for 2014 to 2015, which is well run general. The one that I say it was appointed a day before we went to the conference. And these are systems failures that we are dealing with. And then from 2016, you have CIFSA saying, the Tony Khoroge CIFSA saying, 2016, the contract had ended. It ended in 2016, but CIFSA continuously got funding beyond 2016, including the money that went to CIFSA for Downtown Music Hub, the Usiba Arts. They had no contract with the department. Now, you have a company by the name of What's that? Yeah, maybe just whoever that can give us the auditors firm, those auditors, where did they come from? There's Well Run, and then the other one, I think it is, I forgot the name, but I've got a letter from them confirming that they audited. Because there's a signature.
Yes, in terms of that particular period, again, it's going to be Zwelakhe, unfortunately. But I would like also Temba to come in. But as I say, from 2021, all the reports that were being processed through myself as the DDG actually came with those attachments. But Zwelakhe, if you want to talk to the years before that, you can please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I think I will have to be assisted by SIFSA on this matter, because based on my records, yes, there were statements that were submitted to the department, and Honorable Mthethwa might be talking to those audited statements. And as I indicated, the SIFSA matter is a matter that it's a very old, and when we were sitting with Goboto, I highlighted to them to say, based on the limited number of information I have in my office, I might not have all the information.
Maybe, Chairperson, let me ask Zwelakhe direct and reminding him that lying to Parliament is a statutory offense. I want to ask you direct, Mr. Mbiba, do you have audited financials of SIFSA? Did you have do you have audited financials of SIFSA from 2016 to 2019? Do you have that? Did you receive that? Not statements. Did you receive audited financials?
Honorable Mthethwa,
Yep.
Honorable Mthethwa, I indicated that I need to be reminded. It's an old matter. SIFSA will have to remind me based on the information that I might recall.
Mr. Mbiba, please, Mr. Mbiba. You are thrown under the bus on these issues, because you are the one who was managing this. Goboto says those financials were not audited. I'm saying to you, I have in my possession, not hearsay, I had in my possession letters that confirms that department received audited financials. How can you forget whether the department did not get, or did it get audited financials? Because that is the ground for the payment of the 10% that is remaining annually. If you are funding the entity, you don't give the entity the full amount. You give a portion of it, 80% or 90%. I'm not sure. But then when they provide audited financials, you then pay the rest of the amount. So you don't know.
Honorable Mthethwa, I responded to that matter to say, based on my records, audited financials were submitted, and because documents were taken away from my desk, I might not have the evidence with me right now. That is why I'm requesting to be reminded by SIFSA just to account on that. Information that was presented to me is no longer sitting with me, and I don't have
that's fine.
all
That's fine. I wanted to find out whether you did receive audited financials. So Goboto's report is inconsistent with the truth, or you are inconsistent with the truth between the two of you, because we are contradicting Goboto's forensic. And that is why Minister and Honorable Potgieter, I agree to further investigation of this, because I would have thought you would appreciate, especially Minister, that the person who was part of this process is now in the portfolio committee holding people to account, and you will get the truth from me. Even the issue of buses that they are insinuating, I dare General Mkhwana says that there is information that can be retrieved. Let them do section 205 of our phones and find out who was organizing those buses and do that. But be that as it may, let me further on. Ms. Mbewan, you came to the portfolio committee to report about CIFSA. Please, can you indicate, tell the portfolio committee and everyone who's here, when did you get the reports before you came to do your reporting?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think, though I'm not sure, but it was just a few days before coming before portfolio committee.
Few days before or day before?
It could have been 2 or 3, I'm not sure. In 2019, yeah.
Now,
it was just
now here's you coming in as the new board, as the new leadership. What led you to have, not to have a, in other words, are you suggesting that you never had a handover? Because handover would include the financial reports, the reports that you were supposed to get. So you didn't have a handover of that. You just came and you only got the reports, financial reports, 3 days this year, 3 days before you appeared before the portfolio committee.
Honorable Mthethwa, I thought you were referring to me presenting in 2024 in November, the last time I was in this parliament. That's when we received those reports few days before the sitting of the parliament. We did not have those reports. And when we did hand over, we could not have all the members of the former leadership. So the report were not handed over to us. And we were asking for them from the department, and we only got them few days when we were to come to parliament. Hence, on that day, I said, I'm not going to report on things that I do not know about, if you recall very well.
Yes, I remember you distanced yourself. Let me rekindle your memory. In Mpumalanga, you were there. The reason why I wanted Ntsiki, because I wanted Ntsiki to confirm that this CIFSA that says it did everything had not even said even once for the AGM. We had to force it to go on an elective conference. And I want Ms. Mbewana to confirm or to nullify my statement when I say, in the conference, in the elective conference, where audited financials were supposed to be presented, did you see audited financials in Mpumalanga in 2020? Was it 2020 or 2019? Did you see?
It was in 2019, Honorable Member. I did not see any report. I remember that some of the report, I think the treaty was trying to present, was rejected by the conference. So yes. I did not see them.
It was rejected. I was the one who was arguing that these reports, this financial report should be an audited financial. There were deviations that happened during that particular period, and there was no proper process that was followed according to Treasury regulations. And he admitted. Now, today we're sitting here, we are told that they were audited financials. They were not able to present financials, audited financials. It was a 3-pager, if I'm not mistaken, at the elective conference. And today we're sitting here, we are told even by an official that they were. Unfortunately, I don't take that as the truth. There were no audited financials. Gobodo confirms there were no audited financials. How was CIFSA funded if there were no audited financials? How was CIFSA funded from one year to another year? Because PFMA would not agree to that. Mr. Mbiba, how was CIFSA funded? What was the procedure of funding CIFSA? What were you doing? Did CIFSA bring a report and then you looked at the report and you approved it? and then you paid them the last tranche, and then you gave them another. Or were there any business proposals, business plans that were presented by CIFSA to you?
Answers, people, answers.
Yeah, through you, Chairperson, yes, that will be the process of funding CIFSA. They would present a proposal for a particular year before any funding could be transferred. I should indicate that they will start by submitting all reports, and then they will present a proposal in a particular year. That cannot be done according to the systems within the department. It cannot be approved if those processes are not followed. Thank you.
Honorable Mtetwa, 1 second. I just want to rewind the meeting a little bit. Ms. Mbewana, when did you hear about this meeting? When did you receive the invitation of this meeting?
Uh, 28th of July.
28th of July.
Yes.
Thank you for just confirming my opening remarks. Mr. Mtetwa, please proceed.
I was saying to Koboto, can Koboto confirm that it saw business plans that would match what the monies were spent on? Apart from the MOU that is signed with the department, there should be in that package, there should be an attached business plan that says, when we get this money, this is how we are going to spend it.
Thanks through you, Chairperson. I think there was about 2 or 3 business plans that we did see throughout the entire period. I can't recall from the top of my head, but what I can confirm is that there were some business plans that were presented to us, which was submitted to the department preceding those conclusions of those MOAs. And I recall that there was a business plan that was submitted asking for a lot of money, but the money that was eventually then allocated was not talking in line with the business plan. But to answer your question, I think there was about 2 or 3 business plans during that entire period that we saw, or at least we saw. Thank you.
I can confirm a business plan that was there 2014, 2015. But I cannot state the same because I was not part of 2015 to 2019. But as far as I know, what led us to force CIFSA to go to an elective conference, it's because CIFSA was not doing what it was supposed to do. So that would be very funny to say, you are not helping me when you say you don't remember, because I would have, or maybe I should ask, this should be information that is readily available. Chair, can we be able to ask that we be provided with those business plans, including, maybe I should also ask, was there a business plan around the Usiba Awards?
It will be difficult for me to recall that the business plan for the USIBA award was one of the 3. I can't state it, but it's, I think in the main report that information should come up. But at this point,
then it means that you didn't do justice to this investigation, because that's what informs what, if I apply to the department, I have to state that this is what I'm going to spend the money on. And the MOU then becomes a confirmation of what I have. But a detailed, itemized budget comes from the business plan, not from the MOU. Okay. The MOU would just say, okay, fine, we are issuing you, we're giving you 15 million. In fact, that time, 15 million would have constituted 3 years. Now you have the interim committee that did its reporting somewhere that I don't know. I was part of that, but I never saw the report myself. Even when it went to the conference, I didn't know about it. Our finance committee had never said, not even once, And I would probably remind Mr. Sbisi that I wrote him an email. I will send him an email where I wrote to say that our finance committee had not said, not even once. I have that email. I will provide that as evidence. Should there be any further investigation, I would be willing to testify and show and give evidence. So I'm saying your forensic investigation seems to look at the end. Oh, okay, they were given 5 million, they bought a car. Whether it was necessary to buy a car or whether it was approved or not, then it means that you wouldn't know, because if you don't have the business plan, you don't base your investigation on the business plan, then it means that you are only concerned about how the money was spent and the receipt, if there was a receipt. In your report, you're stating that there were no, there were no receipts to prove that these spendings were not irregular or irregular. But you don't have business plans. I don't know. I'm failed by this situation, Chairperson. Maybe let me go further and interrogate the department. The department, in terms of the processes, when you apply for any funding, or department, did you have a business plan for the Usiba Award? Mr. Mbeba, did you have a business plan for the Usiba Awards?
Honor, through you, Chairperson, to answer Honorable Teta, yes, there's a proposal that is part of the agreement.
That came from who? The proposal was made by who?
It came from the CIFSA.
Okay, so CIFSA applies for 10 million. Okay, it applies for 10 million. What you are actually scared to say that there was political interference, and I put it to you that there was political interference. It was a top-down approach where you were just given things that were initiated by the minister and camouflaged.
Mr. Ntetwa, please emphasize the minister or the then minister, because on
the then minister, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
McKenzie will attack her now.
Thank you, Chair.
I would like to see that also, if we can request that business plan, Chair, because it doesn't follow that you are the minister's awards. They were called the minister's awards, but these minister's awards are CIFSA's awards. Not even the deputy president of CIFSA knew about these awards. Penny, Kobane, Mr. Kobane, that's why I wished he was here. That's why I was requesting him to be here, to be part of this, because he was going to confirm that he was very angry on the day of the Usiba Awards, saying, I don't even know about these awards. Now, you get this amount of money, immediately you transfer without, again, these are public funds, without following the procurement process that says there should be 3 bidders or 4 or 5 bidders, so that when you then identify a particular bidder, then you appoint based on that. And I want the interim also to provide those documents that shows that there were these bidders, because I don't remember any publicly announced a process that says we are looking for this particular services. Well Run was appointed. Well Run was appointed without any advertisement, without any knowledge of us. The company that did MOI was appointed without us knowing, me and the Treasurer General not knowing that there was an appointment. We're caught up.
This is
wrong. You can't do that. You can't do that. You're not gonna do that. This is not your meeting. This is our meeting. If you want to take me to court, you can take me to court and nullify that. Without the procurement process, given to somebody who's sitting around the committee, who was a legal person sitting around the committee. That's not corporate governance. You have comparative advantage over others. You're supposed to issue a advert to say, we are looking for this. And that MOI, by the way, Gobodo, you are talking about the MOI. That MOI was never adopted. Believe you me, Etmangaung was never adopted. We compromised to a particular...
Mr. Ntlantla, Honorable Mtetwa, just a second. Mr. Ntlantla, you are doing it now the second time. The member
I
is addressing
apologize,
us.
but
The member is
is
addressing us, and it is on an informative manner for this portfolio committee. A lot of issues is coming out here. Things like evidence that requires both sides to be heard that we hear did not happen. We hear stuff like overall plans. We hear stuff where, you know, Honorable Mtetwa, he's asking a lot of things that must come to this committee. And I actually want to say to him, I will allow that with a provision that he assists us with the information on the procurement of buses. Is this the reason why we want to quiet the Honorable Member? The Honorable Member is doing his oversight work, and he is key to what we are seeing here happen in this country, to information on what has transpired with wasteful money. So if you are going to speak again without being allowed to speak, I will ask the admin to remove you from this platform. I have given everyone a reasonable time to speak and to address. You have raised an issue, Mr. Ntlantla, where you feel that you were not interviewed. Is the issue that has not now been discussed. And that's why I'm saying if there is no evidence required from both sides, then or stuff that has been heard, then this is a fruitful exercise. And where this is hiding to, it's a clear indication that this committee should consider a reconsideration of extended time and a different type of references for this investigation. Honorable Mtetwa, please proceed.
I think, Chair, we should call General Mkhwanazi to come and investigate. Or we should go to the Madlanga Commission, because honestly, I don't want to be made like I am lying. I don't speak things that I don't have evidence of.
No, Honorable Mtetwa, you are protected. Speak.
Thank you, Chair. And then maybe I should ask. I should ask the chairperson of the interim committee, Ma'am Yvonne Chakachaka. Were the interim committee's financials audited, ma'am?
Thank you, Chair. I was overseas. I wasn't there, but the report that we sent to the Minister Mtetwa, everything was audited. And I would ask you to help me on that, because you were part of the financial team, Mr. Mtetwa.
You've just contradicted me by saying that I was part of the finance and you were expecting. And I'm telling you that as part of the finance committee, I never sat in that committee. That committee never sat, not once. I'm telling you, I'm putting it to you that committee never sat once. But
Why
be that as
didn't
it may.
you, okay, sorry, Chair. Why didn't you sit as the committee? Because it was over a year. We were all appointed on the 20th of March. And as I said, Chair, right from the beginning, I told the minister that during that period, I was doing all my UN work. All that I helped contribute was to make sure that the structure from what I had learned from UNESCO was put to make sure that we've got the bargaining power as the creative industry and to put everything. And that's why the department insisted that we have the secretariat, Mr. Mtetwa, that was going to run with everything, isn't it?
I guess you would have signed the appointment of the auditors. You would have attached. How were the auditors appointed? Who were the auditors and how were the auditors appointed?
I wasn't in that meeting. I wasn't in that meeting, but I know
But you
that
signed.
Dodo, and yourself and Nhlanhla and all of them, and I think with Mnetisi and all of them, where they appointed the auditors.
No, that's not true. I'm
Yes.
putting it to you today that well-run general, if you want to contradict me, take me to if you can take me to the cleaners. Those auditors were appointed single-handedly by Dodo at night a day before we went to the conference. So
And
those,
why did you
and
allow
you
that?
would,
Because you were part of the interim of the committee, Mr. Mtetwa, and you were part of the finance committee. Why did
yeah,
you
I think it
allow
will
that?
help you not to speak on this matter. Just say you are not informed, but you attach your signature. Because what I did, I'm saying to you, I've got an email that I'm going to forward to the committee to show that this is me saying, Chair, SG, Secretary General, I am concerned that the organization is spending money that has not been approved correctly, because the finance committee must then make recommendations to the board, I suppose interim committee, to then say, we approve, we do have these funds, we have approved the spending of this much to a particular program. But that process was not done. It was done single-handedly in silos. I'm telling you, and I'm putting it. So it will help you not to speak on the matter, because you will be implicating yourself. As long as you say you don't know, but you signed. And this is what corporate governance says. You are severally and jointly liable. As soon as you attach your signature, whether you knew what it was or you didn't know, as soon as you attach, you are implicated. And this is what I was trying to say to you, that you have worked so hard for your name. I don't want to drag you into this. And I was trying to protect you against it, because I know I was advising constantly, sending you messages. No, don't do this. Don't allow this. But be that as may, it's okay, ma'am. You have answered me.
Can we give each other the time to be heard? Just a second for me. Just a second for me. Take a deep breath. Let us give each other time to speak and to finish, and then we respond.
I'm highlighting, thank you, Chair. I'm highlighting the failures of the system, because when you have public funds, you can't just spend public funds willy-nilly. You can't and say, because I've got a receipt, I can allocate money to do a flag, my friend do me flags, and my friend will come back and put a receipt that says this much. But how was the process done is very important. This is what we are talking to when we talk about governance. Be that as it may, Mambewan, SIFSA, the current SIFSA, had a different account, a separate account that you opened when you came in. What was that account for?
Honorable Eugene, I think you'll remember that we were mandated by conference to register SIFSA as an NPO, so that it is a mass-based organization. So all had to change with the new registration.
Okay, let me rekindle your memory, because you seem to be losing your memory. Were you not having problems with the transfer of money that was remaining from the SIFSA 2016, Tony Goroge's SIFSA? Were you not confronted with the issue of the money, the remaining money that was presented, the budget that was presented at Mpumalanga conference? Did you get it from SIFSA as it was presented? How long did it take for you to get the money? How long? Why? How did you? Yeah.
The handover process itself took close to a year or 9 months, because we couldn't get the rest of the leaders in one room, and we did not get any money. because we're struggling even to go to meetings, and we will ask Udoto to book us flights from that remaining money. It was not handed over to us.
Now you see, you've got CIFSA, outgoing CIFSA, retaining money in its bank account. You want them to pay for your flights, but you've got a different MOU. Now it's a new year, it's a different MOU. How do you consolidate that? You've got a new bank account. Did you get the money that was presented at the conference as the remaining budget as it was? Why were you operating under the mercy of the Tony Kgoroge or TG Dodomenamot? How was that recorded?
Honorable members, it was very difficult because we were elected in August, and in March, COVID came and there were restrictions, and unfortunately we needed to work. We could not wait for that handover that really frustrated us in a manner that issue was resolved by the department itself. We had to escalate the matter to Minister Natimutaitwa, issue a handover. But unfortunately, there was no way that we could not work because of the status of the industry at that time. So hence, while we're still waiting and hoping for the handover, we had to work at the mercy of the former leaders.
Okay, let me do the last question, Chair. I can tell you that there's no accountability. You can see, you're operating from two bank accounts. You are an organization that is funded for 2020, or 2019, 2020. You're supposed to be funded. You're not funded, but another entity, another group of people who are running who are in the old leadership are still transacting. This is where the department, you see that the department lacks to hold people accountable. Monitoring is terrible, Minister, with your department. Now, let me come to the Minister. It will be my closing, because I've got a lot I can say. The mirror events, you have money that is transferred into a company that was not even procured properly, and then it comes back, it reports, it just gives you a report without proper documentation and then the department does what? It approves the report. This is what Mr. Mbiba is saying. He says that they approved the report. Yet there were not attached documents as evidence that, yes, this money was spent. Let me tell you, Chairperson, CIFSA was used as a conduit. There was a political interference in the processes in the running of CIFSA. CIFSA was a family business or family entity. If you remember, Minister, there must be an investigation here. You have the director, as Honorable Potgieter was saying, you have a director of mirror events who was appointed at the department wrongfully, incorrectly. Because of people raising concerns about her appointment, she was removed. Where does this come from? Including the wife to Mr. Kgoroge, because they were both helping Minister Natim Tetwa's wife with their wedding. So it's a give back, it is a payback time post that. That is why some of us were appointed by the Minister Paul Mashatile. We then had people who were brought in when there were people who were very sound within the acting and the film industry. Eric Mieni, very sound people. But there was a need to bring in this one because it was a payback, and I put it to you, let it be investigated. Let these issues, they need proper investigation. Minister, now closing with you. With due respect, Minister, I am not here to fight my battles. I am not here to fight my battles, but I am saying.
Sorry, Chair.
We follow them.
Sorry, Chair.
Honorable Umtetwa, proceed.
Can he stop playing?
We say
Hold on,
hashtag we follow.
hold on.
We follow the money.
Hold on.
Hashtag we
Honorable
follow the money.
Umtetwa, proceed.
Chair,
Thank you, Chair.
This man just mentioned my wife.
Thank you, Chair.
I just wanted him to say it in record on what he's saying right now.
I said she was appointed in the department and there was a very big hullabaloo around that, and the minister had to remove both of them, your wife and Mr. Nele. We
So
know that was in the public space.
What was about the payback? What was the payback?
That was in the public space about the appointment. I'm done. Let me continue. Minister, you said earlier on, you said that this is the first forensic. I want to remind you, I've got a response from you when I requested a list of all the forensic investigation that you are doing as the department. CIFSA was not part of that list. Okay. This is not the first investigation around CIFSA. It has been confirmed that there's big report. What does big reports say that you are not satisfied with, that you had to get another forensic at a very costly? Since you said that you are the one who initiated the forensic, you are not pressurized.
Honorable Umtetwa, I think.
Must I answer? I can answer.
Because I was just about to say that the minister is between a car and a building. That's fine. Minister, you can respond.
Right. Honorable Mtetwa, being a minister, it's running like a going concern. You believe a certain matter, and then more evidence surfaces that necessitate for you to move your position. I knew little about CIFSA when I was appointed. People like yourself and many other people were telling me that this organization is corrupt. Others were telling me it's good. And as you say, we have to look and listen to people and follow the money from inside. Hence, I realized that the thing is far and it is wide. Hence, we said this investigation should commence. And listening to what I'm hearing about the buses and all of that, which has not been covered. I cannot, in all honesty, I do believe that it's impossible that two people can be implicated in such an elaborate wrongdoing. Surely there's more in the department. I listened when the portfolio committee said, do not, it seems like, I think it was Honorable Muletsani that said, some people are being protected. Maybe they are untouchables, if I'm not quoting wrong, which we should not have. We should not have at all. So I'm saying that by the time I told you about the one investigation, I cannot now just have one investigation. I spoke while the chair was reprimanding the member that kept on interfering. I sent a message to the DG, a WhatsApp message, like, we have to investigate and dig deeper. So I hope that I've answered you, Honorable Eugene Ketwa.
Thank you very much. You can end by apologizing because you said I'm fighting my battles, but you can see what I was saying.
Honorable Umtetwa, you have to wrap up now.
You have to wrap up. I would have apologized, but the chair has spoken. I must listen to the chair.
Okay, no, that's fine. In closing, Chair, I want to say, indeed, here we require an SIU investigation, either the Hawks SIU to dig deeper, because it doesn't make sense, logical sense, that you have a report that says there were no, and I'm telling you, I know for a fact that there were no audited financials. The department is playing naive, is playing is very economic about the truth. When we went to Mpumalanga, there were no financials, audited financials. They couldn't present audited financials. Now you have a Gobodo forensic report that says there were no financials. Then the minister must ask, how was CIFSA funded year in, year out, year in, year out, without reports? We've had that, even the Mshito, it's the same thing. Mshito, it didn't focus on governance. Now, having said that, Chair, I plead with the minister. That indeed, please extend this investigation. Please do extend this investigation so that we dig into, there's no way that we can just lie down and say, no, the money is gone, people cannot. Even the person who does here terms of reference, I don't think she's willing to really go deep down into it. She's giving deliberately terms of reference that are shallow so that there's coverage. We are doing something, but no, we are not doing anything. Thank you, Chair. I rest my case.
Will the Portfolio Secretary just take note of the recommendation of the Honourable Member on behalf of the committee to extend the investigation? Dr. Khumalo, the CIFSA has been informed about this meeting on the 29th of July. The CIFSA, or rather the committee's program, has been communicated, an invite has been communicated the 1st of July. Is there any reason why this has been done?
Thank you, Chair. The invitations or the letter that was inviting the boards to this particular portfolio committee were signed by the acting DG and sent on the 17th of July, Chair. The only error that we subsequently, when we were speaking to you, acknowledged is that the invitations should then go to individuals, because those particular letters that I'm referring to were sent, and I have proof, Chair, I've asked for proof, I've got proof that that was sent on the 17th of July, not 28th. The one on the 28th was when, using the letter that you had also forwarded to us, we then sent to individuals. That's what I can explain, Chairperson. We use the format of inviting boards by sending chairpersons, but in this instance, we acknowledge the fact that perhaps even then the invitation should have gone to individuals, given the nature of this particular organization.
Yes, I'm mentioning this, Dr. Khumalo. We talk about a 2 weeks time frame here. And the question arises whether Parliament are being taken serious in this regard. That is the very first important thing. And also, we are not vindictive. If you listen to this meeting and the inputs and the highly respected oversight manner members are dealing with their work, and the plight of Mr. Nhlanhla and others also to extend this investigation, it bring about the fact that we as South Africans really care, and we are passionate about our oversight role. So I want to, as the chairperson, call for indulgence when we deal with these issues. We understand that the minister, the deputy minister, and yourself are busy at times and cannot attend meetings. But it is sad that we send invitations a month before time and a day before the meeting that these meetings have been cancelled. It even resulted in a resolution that the committee has taken to write to the speaker on this absence, because these prevent us to execute our duty. We have 2 members done, and I have given the opportunity to members, using my discretion, due to the validity of this case. And I don't want us to come back. Ever since day one, when we put our foot in office, this issue of SIFSA comes up. And I don't want us as Parliament to ever come back. We are going to make our recommendations after this meeting, and we can just wish with all the challenges that we have in the sector, and not only in this portfolio in the country. We can just wish that we will overcome this, and we can only overcome this with robust debate of this nature, and also robust oversight to see that everyone in this sector get a fair share of the cake. The Honorable Khabo.
Ooh. Thank you very much. Thank you. Chair, firstly, I would request that as when I present my questions, I will also indicate as to whom must respond to those questions. And I would equally request either the official to also indicate or put on their video so that we can put on their face to the name. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, with that being said, you know, as much as we must agree that there might have been challenges that SIFTA might have failed or might have encountered along the way, certain obligations that they might have failed to fulfill. At the center of it is the question of the department as to where was the department when all of these things was happening. And secondly, what were the measures that were in place as a way of trying to mitigate all of these issues? So my first question will go straight to the department. Firstly, to check with the DG as to whether there any investigations before and how many investigations were conducted before Gobodo. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. My understanding is that there was an investigation, as I had indicated, that was commissioned and was done, and the report was issued for the 2014 to the 2018 financial year. That's the report that is referred to as a big report.
Thanks, DG. Is that the only forensic investigation conducted before Gobodo?
Where is my pointer? That's the only investigation that I'm aware of that has been brought to my attention. When I arrived, this is the report that was shared with me. I think a year after I had arrived, or 6 months. I'm not aware of any other investigation aside of the big report and the Gobodo report. Chairperson, I'm just checking whether I'm audible.
Honorable Khabo, please proceed.
Did we lose Honorable Khabo, Chairperson?
Yeah, his network is very bad. Chairperson?
May I suggest, I'm not too sure is it my side or your side, that you switch off your video, Honorable Khabo. Portfolio Secretary, am I audible, or is it the problem from my side? I'm having two gadgets on.
You are audible, Chairperson. It's Mr. Khabo that we seem to have lost, Chair. But he's on the platform, but I don't know how we've lost him, Chair. I'll call him.
In the meantime, may I call for a...
Am I audible now, Chair?
Yes, you are now. I think you should
Thank you very much,
off
Chair.
your video. You're much better now.
Thank you very much. And my
Are you
apologies.
now on the mountains of Christiana?
No, I'm in the villages. You know, internet is a luxury in the villages.
Proceed, Honorable Member.
My question was that I wanted to check the time space in between the two investigations. What was the time difference? Whether Gobodo was conducted 2 years down the drain after the big was conducted. That's what I want to check from the DG.
Thanks,
DG?
Chair. The big report is dated March 2020, and this particular investigation commenced in 2025, the Gobodo investigation. So there would be almost a 4.5-5 year period in between.
No, thank you very much, DG. Did any previous or that investigation of Big Work in particular identify financial mismanagement, irregular expenditure, governance weakness, and non-compliance or failure in CIFSA's management of public funds?
That particular report was it mainly covered about 4 areas in terms of how it was structured. And I do need to indicate, Chair, that I really found the report very flimsy. It would have a finding, and then it will talk about possible effect and risk effect, and then make recommendations. And the recommendations inter alia were around the fact that the department needed to make sure that CIFSA comes up with systems and policies. And secondly, ensures that there is segregation of duties, because my understanding when reading the report was that what was found was that there was no clear segregation of duties in terms of that previous, because that was applicable to the previous, the then executive of CIFSA. The other area that was covered was the fact that when they were submitting reports, there would not be a proof of payment in terms of the transactions. Fourthly, and lastly, was the issue of record keeping and documentation. I need to understand to indicate that in terms of systems, it also spoke to a need to make sure that CIFSA implements consequence management wherever applicable. This is the report that we then took and discussed and set with the board at the time when I arrived in 2020-21 to make sure that they put those things in, which they did. They had a policy conference, they developed policies, they developed systems, and made sure there was segregation of duties as well. And they also opened an office, because that was also another issue that was not necessarily in the report, but was implied in terms of the record keeping, etc. Thanks to, so on the whole, even though I'm not going page by page, it's a 10-pager. Honorable Potgieter has asked that we share this report. I'll share it, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. So, DG, it would be safe for me to say that there are a few identical issues that are coming or cropping up every time there is an investigation. The big investigation had identified irregular expenditure. It has identified governance weakness, non-compliance of PFMA. The same Gobodo is identifying the same issues. And you are reflecting on the interventions that the then board of CIFSA has embarked on, and part of it was to convene a policy conference so that they respond to some of the issues that were raised. I want to check with you, DG. The department at that time obviously you would say that the basis of them continuing to fund CIFSA was that at least there were reports provided in relation to responding to some of the issues like convening of policy conference. I want to check with you, just be clear in terms of the justification and the risk assessment supported on the continuation of funding. Before we get to Gobodo, on 2020, if not mistaken, was the department having any assessment that justified their continuation of funding of CIFSA? Did you?
Yes, yes, there was. In 2020-21 financial year, my years might be a bit wrong, but it was in the 2021 year. There was a transfer of funds, which was based on the fact that the requirement, also in terms of the business plan that was signed, was for them to ensure that they produce policies and submit systems to prove that they have actually put interventions that arose from the big report in place, which they did. So the transfer that was then done was informed by substantiated information, which we received for 2.5, and they did not get the whole amount. I think the project manager would have a detail around that. Subsequently, with the structures and the systems and the policies being in place and the business plans that they would then submit, the payments that were then subsequently made 2022, 24, 23, 24 were actually based on the business plans that outlined what exactly they were actually going to do. That would be my response, Honorable Member.
No, thank you very much. DG, so all recommendations by the big investigation were implemented?
No, not really. I would not attest to that, Honorable Member, because, for instance, the bulk of them, in terms of segregation of duties, transactions, and submission of proof of payment from 2021 to 2024, you will see that they were doing that. However,
Okay.
I do
No,
not
let's
have.
agree. Let's agree that you
Okay.
should provide us with a detailed report on all recommendations that have been implemented, including those that have not been implemented, with the reasons why. The last question on this matter of the big investigation: has the report ever been taken on a review?
Chair, no, I'm not aware of it being taken on review, Chairperson.
So it's safe to say that the recommendations of the big investigation stands.
It's safe to say, Chair.
Okay, DG, now that you were aware that some of the issues that were raised by the investigation of big, or the big investigation process, were similar to the ones that go border in line with their terms of references were about to, in fact, there were similar issues that they had to investigate. Just for clarity's sake and interest's sake, have you ever shared before, of course, now that these issues were aligned and the recommendations that you had implemented had not yielded any positive results in putting systems in place, because those issues kept on cropping up. Have you ever shared the investigation report and its recommendations with the Gobodo?
Can I just start by commenting about what you said? It is incorrect, Honorable Member, that the recommendations from the big report were never implemented, which is proven by the fact that in the Gobodo report, it does indicate that there were vast improvements from 2021, from the time that the report was implemented. But in terms of if you look at, you juxtapose the two reports, the Gobodo report went back, and I would say, if you look at the detail into which they went compared to the big report, it actually raised findings that gave a whole lot more detail compared to the big report. So the work that was done by Gobodo, even though it has been indicated today that there is a need to extend the terms of reference, it did actually assist in terms of further measures that
No,
could
that
be
one I
put in
get it,
place for
DG.
improvement.
Dr. Kumalo, I heard you. You said that their recommendations were flimsy, if I heard you correctly. And that's why I was asking you as to whether, and in your interpretation or your explanation, you were creating an impression that their recommendations were not clear as to what needs to be done and who needs to be held accountable or who needs to do what. So that's why I was asking you as to whether have you ever taken it for review. And I've requested you to give us recommendations that you have implemented, including those that you have implemented. My question is, DG, at least now I've worked with you for almost 2 years now. I know some of your approaches and responses. I'm asking you a question as to whether have you ever shared the report of the big work and recommendations, including the work that has been done on SIFSA, handing over to Gobodo as an entity that was appointed to conduct an investigation on 4, if not 5, critical issues. And some of those issues are identical to the very same issues that the big work was investigating. As much as you said that Gobodo, I'm not disputing the work that Gobodo was done. I'm just asking you a simple question. Have you ever shared it, yes or no? So that we can move to the next question. I'm running out of time, did you?
Oh, no, we didn't, Honorable Member.
You never shared it with Gobodo?
From my desk chair, I wouldn't know in terms of the other people they interviewed, but I didn't.
Okay. No, not a problem. Let's go straight then. Chair, if you allow me, can I pose my questions to Gobodo in particular? Gobodo, the 5, according to your terms of references, and take into consideration the fact that you said that you were unable to access certain information from the department, how has that impacted on your investigation?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, when you can't find certain documentation, that have a huge impact, because I think there are parts of of our report where we indicate that we can't really make a conclusion, because in the absence of certain documents and records, it then becomes difficult to fully conclude as to what would have transpired or what transpired. So there are limitations here and there. I cannot say that the fact that we were not provided with information that didn't have an impact or didn't limit the investigation that we undertook. Thank you.
Yeah, no, based on probabilities, then, Gobodo, to what extent did the missing documentation and limited cooperation affect the reliability and conclusiveness of your findings?
Perhaps you can rephrase the question, Honorable Member, so that I can ensure that I understand you before I
I
fully
was saying,
answer.
in terms of balance of probabilities, to what extent has the
Are we,
limitations of access?
are we talking about
Sorry?
percentages? Are we talking about
Yes,
percentages?
yes, yes. As I
Probably
was saying, in
20.
terms of,
Probably 20,
sorry?
because probably about 20%, because based on the materials that we received, when one looks at the terms of reference and the work that we did cover a very big ground, especially when you look at the terms of reference and trying to quantify as much as possible the spending on the part of SIFSA, and identifying some of the loans that we made and some of the issues of concerns that we raised. Thanks.
Honorable Khabo,
Honorable Chair.
my apologies, you raise a very important question. If you cannot find documentation for a report, it's a red flag. It is outright a red flag because you can't verify anything. There is sound possibilities of PFMA breach, and also when it comes to audit findings, it's also having a negative effect. I am concerned over this, and it also, your interrogation lead more and more to the fact that they must extend this investigation. Proceed, Honorable Member.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. In extending investigation, it's one thing, but critically looking into the terms of references is the other thing. Because once you lose the correct conceptualization of the terms of references, you have lost the plot. And that is how most administrators are able to get away with murder. And we'll get to the point of terms of references, but I do take note and I fully agree with you. But would have to also include some few issues that the investigation must look into as part of their terms of references. Now, and I'm also happy that you are saying that 80% of the work is reliable and 20% might be questionable. And that's why, Chairperson, the Editor General at sometimes would say that he would rather reserve his or her opinion on the matter based on lack of evidence that was provided. And with that being said, Chair, I would want to check with Gobode in relation to the 5.4 million. Did you also look into why the DSEC has failed to recover the 5.4 million? Because part of your terms of reference, I think is point number 4, if not 5. It speaks of the role of the department.
Yes, we did pose those questions to them to say, were there any recoveries that was done? But what we have found in terms of the department is that, some of the people that were given the responsibilities of managing that program from a governance point of view and from an administration point of view, it could have been certain systematic gaps, which even them themselves, the level of due diligence that was conducted year in and year out, did not lead to them in identifying that their money that ought to have been recovered. Thanks. It was not a simple matter of them knowing that, yes, we had money that needed to be recovered and us asking them, why didn't you recover? We had from the first onset showing and discussed that from the investigation, from the evidence that we have, this is the money which seems to be unaccountable. And only then can you pose that question of why the money that the money should be recovered, which then becomes a separate process altogether. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would request that probably that aspect of systematic gaps, you give us a detailed report on it, because it speaks directly to the internal controls. And your part of your investigation must be able to assist us to close those gaps, even from a legislative point of view, but also from a consequence point of view. Before we continue on the 5.4 million, DG, the issue of access to information, why was that the case?
Access to information, Chair. I think they just trying, sorry, to orientate myself here. I'm made to understand from the report that the investigators indicated that some of the people were not responsive. The ones that were in the department that needed to be interviewed were interviewed, and whatever documentation was available with the department was made available. But I am made to understand, I stand to be corrected, that when they tried to get some of the external parties, they struggled.
Okay, DG, how many of the officials were unavailable for interviewing the officials of the department? In fact, let me start with Gobodo. Gobodo, how many officials were unavailable for interview?
I stand to be corrected, but I think there was about 3 officials that we couldn't reach off. Some of those 3 had resigned, but I'm
Do you still remember their names and positions?
No, absolutely not. I'll have to go to the report, unfortunately. Thanks.
Can you please provide us with such information in writing? DG, for those who were, I assume that the DGs are aware who are those people. What were the reasons for their unavailability to participate on an investigation?
No, Chairperson, I'm not aware. That was not brought to my attention. The investigators were working with the CAE on day-to-day basis. That information in terms of a particular official that's not participating or responsive wasn't brought to my attention at that particular time.
Gobodo, who were you communicating with at the department?
We were working with the office of the Chief Executive Officer, Chief Audit Executive, perhaps I must indicate earlier what I said. Most of the time, and I'll check the report as well, you find out the main challenge is that officials internally within the department that are still working for the department that were privy to the matters do come forward and avail themselves. But then there are those where we find from the documents that this person is made reference to in the report, but is he still working on the department? We get information, we get the contact numbers, but when you try to reach out to them, our effort then become unsuccessful. Thank you. But we were working with
Thanks,
internal.
Gobodo. Like we said, we request the names in writing, the names, including their positions. Like we have indicated that they are still in the department. And the DG would like to get a report in writing as to what happened to these people in terms of consequence management. Because to a large extent, this is an obstruction of justice. And we can't allow people to run amok in the public institution and expect people to take the institution serious. We can't do that. So we must get a detailed report on consequence management, or what has happened and so forth. Kobodo will also give us the names, including their positions, especially now that they are still in the department. In terms of justice, there is no expiry of injustice. So we'll still run after those people and we'll still make sure that they account and participate in that process. If it means that they must be subpoenaed to that investigation, so be it. And would be expecting a report from the DG through your chairperson. My apology. Let me go back. Kobodo, let's speak about this USIBA, USIBA. What were the reasons of continuous agreements that were entered into despite those irregularities that were identified in the earlier program?
Okay, thank you. Through you, Chairperson. There was only one program that was concluded for USIBA to as an implementing agent, as an FSF, an implementing agent to hold the ministerial awards and the policy conference. As far as the decision to appoint USIBA is concerned, I wouldn't be privy to that because it will have, the department have made the decision based on the submission of a proposal that they have received from CIFSA for them to be appointed as the administrator, for lack of a better word, of the awards and then policy conference. But you are correct in saying that when they were appointed is 2016 or 2018, I stand to be corrected. There were previous MOA that had been concluded with the same federation, of which concerns, as indicated earlier during the investigation, have been raised. Perhaps it's a question that the department may be in a position to answer, because basically what you are saying, sorry?
No, Gobodo, you are progressive. I've read a number of your investigation reports. You have always been progressive. The person that must respond to this question, in fact, is the DG. Thank you very much, Gobodo. Thank you very much. You are such a progressive patriot, but not, unfortunately, not of the alliance, but a patriot of South Africa. I hope the minister has heard me correctly. Can you, DG, provide clarity on that matter?
Sorry, Chair. I just want to say, you never know. Thank you very much.
Let me reserve my comment. DG, can you respond to my question as to what informed the continuous funding on this matter, even though there were irregularities that were identified?
Would have to ask the officials to have understanding these awards were in 2018, Chairperson. Can I seek the assistance of Zwelakhe then to provide the clarity?
Please do.
Chairperson, my recollection of information is that the USIBA Awards happened in 2018, and any other investigation then came after the USIBA Award, and that was in 2022. So the dating, I think, is very important. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe we can get that in writing, because I'm trying to summarize here, and I'm worried about the follow-up questions on the responses. And I would plead with you that I submit some of the questions, Chairperson. Can we
Of course,
quickly
we'll
run?
take that as a recommendation. It's fine.
All right, Chair. All right, Chair. Can we quickly go to the current status of SIFSA? And would want to speak to the department if they can clarify to us what is the current legal status of SIFSA, its governing structure, and has its prescribed term of office expired? The legal status, the term of office, including its governing structure. Can we get clarity from the DG?
Thanks, Chair. Up to the year that where it was funded, the structure that was in place was legit. I wouldn't know about the current status. The department is not funding SIFSA currently. But up to the year that we funded them, the structure that was in place was legit. And there was an executive that was in place that was submitting reports to the department. The
Honorable
current status,
Kabo.
I wouldn't know.
Thank you. Honorable Kabo, I want to piggyback on your question. Mr. Kobani, is SIFSA functional or not? Mr. Kobani? It seems that SIFSA is not functional. Proceed, Honorable Kabo.
No, Chair,
Can we?
you want to?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not sure, is it? I can
proceed, Honorable Kabo.
Can I
thanks,
answer
Chair.
to that? Oh,
Yes.
I don't know. I think maybe you wanted to ask Miss Joy Bewana or Tommy Khoroge. But yes, SIFSA is still functional, but struggling because we do not have funding from department. But we cannot shy away from the issues of the industry that the organization is still functional and needed by the sector.
Okay. Thanks for the response, Sister Joy. While we are talking about the functionality and the negative implications that the withholding of funds has had on the functionality of SIFSA, can we talk about the leadership status of SIFSA? Is it an interim? When last did you go to a national conference?
Thank you, Honorable Member. We were supposed to go to the conference when this investigation started because our term of office were supposed to end in 2024. But leaders can only be elected in a national conference. So we are still functioning as the current leadership. We have lost our DSG and we still have everyone. And we still have structures and conferences as well.
Joy.
Yeah,
Joy. Yeah, I'm also a politician who's very active in terms of court proceedings. And in most of my court applications, I always question the powers of that structure at that time. So the legitimacy of the structure is quite important. And I'm asking you a straightforward question. I don't dispute the functionality as to whether you are still relevant or no. I know how a national leader is elected. I've led national structures on a number of structures. So let us not go that route. When last did you go to a national conference?
When we were elected in 2019.
Okay, according to your term of office, when was it coming to an end, or when is it coming to an end?
5 years.
When is it coming to an end? In 5 years?
In August 2024.
2024. When 2026? We're in 2026, but not Department of Finance.
I'm struggling to hear you, Honorable Member.
I should get clarity. SIFSA, as it was Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
We are break. I can hear you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yes, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, Sis Joy, I wanted to say...
You are loud and clear.
All right, Sis Joy, I wanted to say that in terms of your constitution, and how you have explained that you were elected in 2019, your term of office is 5 years. Would I be right to conclude that your legitimacy is questionable because you have went beyond your term of office? Unless you are saying that within your constitution, there is a clause that allows you to stay beyond your term of office. And if there is such a clause, how long must you stay beyond your term of office? Maybe we can respond to those two things, if not three things.
Yes, I can stay in the office up until it does. The Constitution allows up until the next conference, elective conference. It does allow. Unfortunately, we are not going to be able to go to conference up until we get a proper guidance and funding. We're expecting that
No,
this
no,
meeting.
no, that one, no, let's leave that one. I'm asking, is your constitution saying that for as long as the National Executive Committee is unable to convene a national conference, of which is part of its core function as the National Executive Committee, they can then stay in office for as long as they want? Or for as long, maybe let me correct it, for as long as they will be in a position to convene a national conference? Is that what your constitution says?
Yes.
Can you please share that copy of the... Are you saying that, maybe let me understand you from a villager's point of view? We are very, it's a very difficult thing for us to comprehend with some of the things that to a large extent we believe they are abnormal. And maybe to other institutions they are seen to be normal. Are you saying that in your constitution, you are allowed to finish your 5-year term and without any reason, or you can decide that you, with the reasons that you have, you are unable to convene a national conference. And for as long as you are unable to convene a national conference, you will still remain leadership?
I think it's not only in CIFSA, in all the organizations, the leaders are elected in conference. So how would we have another leadership without a proper conference leadership?
Let me give you an example, Joy, because we are dealing with a legitimacy here. And I thought I must raise the issue of legitimacy before I jump into issues that you have raised as areas that you feel you are uncomfortable and there was unfairness. We'll get into those things of your 33 million withholding. The department will have to clarify, including the allegations that you have leveled. But I thought, as a public representative who would want to speak on behalf of the creative sector, I would want to do that, pledging my support, understanding knowing very well that their legitimacy, even in the court of law, that's why I was talking about the legal status, even in the court of law, this matter will hold water. And I'm asking you these questions for you to convince me and make me understand, as a politician who's quite interested in advancing your interest as the creative sector. But at least I would want to enter into a battlefield having been sure on the number of things, and part of those things is the legitimacy, so that later when I ask the department as to what informed they are withholding, they must not tell me that no, their leadership is under question, the constitution. That's what I'm asking you. So you must not be offended on the questions that I'm asking you. I'm trying to establish a ground so that later I'm able to raise issues to the relevant people. So if you can clarify this part, and which clause in particular of your constitution gives you a leeway to stay in office beyond your term of office. I mean, you are aware that the Parliament has given us or has invested a lot of money in making sure that we have gadgets and we've got access to all the necessary information. You just give me a constitution, your clause. I can quickly browse and get you that clause and begin to engage, because I just want an affirmation of your legitimacy as a structure. Thank you very much.
Honorable Khabo, just hold that. You asked this question, and my mind is now going to the provincial structures. Amid the fact that the department is not giving finance anymore, I wonder who's financing the provincial structures. And I wonder whether the provincial structures is functional. On behalf of the committee and in terms of your input, Honorable Khabo, I would like to recommend that we get a full report of the functionality of the provinces in terms of their staff, their budget, the office, and program delivery. Now we hit to the core of what is real in front of us here today. Proceed, Honorable Khabo.
No. I've passed the ball to Sis Joy.
Okay. Noted, Chairperson. Yama Provinces. Thanks, Honorable Member Khabo. Ngicela ukubonga okokuqala ukuthi unenhloso ukuthi kulunge, because that was my main concern ukuthi I'm coming here for the third time over the very same issues, the same report, etc., etc. We have tried, after we have not been funded by the department, we continue to have our own meetings with provinces as the National Executive Committee, which include chairpersons and secretaries of provinces. And we felt that if the department is not assisting us, it has a resolution of the provinces of the National Executive Committee to continue.
No, Sis Joy.
Sis
Joy, let me disabuse myself from you. My question was that give me move again. I'll be patient with you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Now, my question is that let us not fall into a trap of explaining other things that I've never asked. My question, in fact, my request was that, and I want to move forward so that I save you. I realize that you're about to fall into a serious trap. Let me save you from yourself. Give me a clause in your constitution of the last the constitution of the last conference that was adopted. Give me a clause that speaks of the legitimacy of the national structure, its existence beyond the term of office. And I will leave it there. I would request you to put it in writing so that I can do. You can even
in writing, Honorable Member, because in my invite, I was told that we are going to be dealing with 2014 and 2019. That was written in the invite that I got from the, if I knew, I would have prepared something to present in that regard, but I will do it in writing.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You have to conclude. But
no, the last one, Chairperson.
Yeah,
I just want to check
before you conclude, we receive on the issue that you raised now numerous concerns and questions from the public. If you go onto the CIPC, there is so many numbers, registration numbers. SIFSA must also tell us what is the real number. Because some of the complaints that comes through, Honorable Khabo, is that last time when people were checked on this registration, they were deregistered. And thank you for raising this, Honorable Khabo. It came to mind now after you mentioned these issues. It's going now, this bidding is going from bad to worse now. But proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me now go to, as I summarize, Chair, other things I'll submit them in writing because I've got a bunch of questions here. The department, there's an allegations from SIFSA on the withholding of the 33 million. And I want to check with you as to, before withholding the 33 million, what were the intervention measures that you had put in place based on issues that you had identified? And secondly, whether SIFSA was given enough chance to respond or develop a turnaround strategy on issues that you would have identified. Obviously, as an intervening party, you'd identify key areas of concern. You'd also request the sitting structure, a particular time to look into them, and request them to give you a report. At the later stage, you come and make an assessment. If you realize that certain things or all the things that you had mentioned have not been given attention, you then take the route. Now, I want to check that process that you had followed as the department.
Thank you. May I answer this one?
But also, I will plead with the department that I'm asking this question on the interest of the artist, noting that the legitimacy of the leadership might be questionable. Remember, the structure serves the people. The leadership's responsibility is to facilitate the affairs. So as much as the leadership's credibility is in question, I'm much more interested on that process, because now people who are impacted negatively are people on the ground. Thank you very much, Chair. My apologies for disrupting the respondent.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khabo. In order to fully answer your question, I just have one question myself, and then I'll answer your question, Honorable Khabo. The question is this for SIFSA. Which date in 2019 did they have the conference? That will help me a lot in my response to you, Honorable Khabo. If we can just hear 2019.
Or maybe the department can help us also, Minister.
Yeah. It is, I assume it was August, Honorable Chair. Now, when we came in, Honorable Chair, from 2019 to 2024, when we came in around that time. SIFSA was already an illegitimate organization, Honorable Chair, because it's unconstitutional to serve beyond your term. And there's no clause, no matter what the Honorable Member will say, that says organization after 5 years of serving that you can continue until, because then leaders that love power will always make sure that they make it very difficult to host conferences. And such one will be unconstitutional. So to answer the question, we had no intention to give SIFSA money, them being one, unconstitutionally assembled. Current one is current leadership. Secondly, there was such a big cloud hanging over them and so many complaints. And we've not left the artists dry. We have started other avenues of making sure artists are represented. And so, yeah, I just wanted to get that one clear, that I cannot answer tomorrow. Well, how will I answer if let's say, Mr. Ntetwa, which was one of the first people to complain about SIFSA by me, and he says to me, why did you give them money? While, you know, they were not even having a conference. Thank you, Honorable Khabo.
Thank you, Honorable Khabo.
Chairperson, wrap up. No, I'm wrapping up, Chairperson. You know the story of SIFSA and its number of accounts that are under SIFSA on the CIPC. I think we need to align our reports properly. We must be able to come on board and say during this term of, or during this financial registration number, and give us all each and every year from 2015, so that we are able to make a proper analysis as to whether have we been interacting with the right SIFSA here. And also the department largely has a responsibility, because amongst others, before it can verify the internal controls, it has to verify the legal standing and status of SIFSA. And that's why earlier on my question to the DG was, what is the legal status of SIFSA? I'm suspecting, Chair, that SIFSA, that's why there are internal battles. And that's why earlier on I was requesting you that, look, failure for us to identify the main problem here, we are going to allow preliminary or face value issues to downplay our meeting. So I'm pleading a report on all CIPC registrations, as much as we are given a report that it's in good standing. But let's get all those reports of the CIPCs on different years from different allocations, but also from the side of the department. It is identified that it's not for the first time that CIFSA was declared to be a non-legal status or non-legal entity. But the department, to a large extent, continued engaging these people. So I would want to get a report that is fully fledged, not only in verbal from both sides. So, Chair, that is my submission in closing.
Thank you. Can Edmund please mute Mr. Ntlandla? There's some strange sounds coming from his gadget.
Chair, if you allow me,
raise my hand.
Allow me, Chair. I was not tempted to engage on that.
Honorable Khabo's gadget is now overheating.
But I'm happy that you entertained it. Can I submit my other questions in writing? Because I still have a bunch also based on what the minister has also raised on of the further investigation. Yeah, I'll send it in.
Thank you, Honorable Khabo. So noted. Honorable members, it's 5 to 10 to 4. I'm now going to give Honorable Daniels an opportunity. Following Honorable Daniels, we will have a 30-minute break, and then we will proceed with our agenda on the second item on the agenda.
Chair, can I speak?
Honorable Daniels.
Sorry, Chair, can I before Honorable Daniels, because the minister spoke and I didn't get a chance to respond, and the last question from the last speakers. Can I respond?
No, it's now the opportunity of Honorable Daniels. Honorable Khabo has raised an issue where the minister responded. He raised it on behalf of the committee, directed to the minister. He responded. We are not going to give an opportunity for CIFSA or the department to respond on the issue which the minister already responded. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, you know, when this meeting started, I was clean shaven. Now I can feel I need to. We've been around for the whole day. I want to commend you, Chairperson, for your whole posture and your aura and your calmness throughout this meeting. I understand how important this particular item is. We all understand the significance of this item, and we're very happy that it has found its expression now in this portfolio committee. And I'm very happy, and I want to commend you for giving it the attention it deserves and the time it deserves and not rushing a Chairperson. I'm very pleased for that, because the seriousness of this item deserves this patience in dealing with this. So thank you so much for that. I'm also sensitive of the time that you've just raised now, Chairperson, and that other item is equally as important as this one. So I'm just wondering. Yes, I'm just wondering, seeing that it also deserves the same attention and patience to go through this very important item, the second item and the last item. I don't know if you, Chairperson, as a Chairperson, will see it fit for us to even run that marathon with the last item, or if we can consider, because of time constraints, to move it soonest, because of having to give it the same attention that this item that we're on now is receiving, because we can't rush that thing at the end also, Chairperson. But thank you for this opportunity, Chair. Chair, you say we are doing it interpellation style. So I would like to request that Mr. Tony K can switch on his video, because I'll ask direct questions to him. Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon to you. I just want to check, man. There's this issue. 3 of our colleagues has touched on the issues of the buses. Now, I need you, sir, to just give me clarity on, you said the extra buses caused confusion and there were placards and all those things on it. And what I need to know from you, who recommended that those buses must be procured?
I think, just recalling from memory, there were buses that were procured by the department. And those buses, I think there were about 9, if I'm not mistaken. And those 9 buses were coming from all 9 provinces, having delegates from all the different provinces to go to the Mangaung conference. Over and above that, there were buses that came, and those buses, obviously, they had, so there were 2, maybe let me just paint a picture of what happened at the conference. There were 2 candidates for the presidency. It was me and Mr. Eugene Mteto competing for the presidency of CIFSA. In those buses, the extra bus that we didn't know of, that surprised and caused confusion and nearly broke into a very violent situation where, you hear colleagues talking about the minister having to come in and calm down, Minister Natim Teto at the time, having to come in and calm down the situation. The buses had Eugene's face on it, Mr. Eugene Teto, and another colleague called Constable. I think Eugene was gunning for the presidency, and Constable was gunning for the Secretary General. So they started singing his name, Eugene Mteto's name, and then he was, being paraded everywhere in there. With ours, it was not quite clear from the beginning of who was going for that, because we didn't want to put our cards out there. So basically all that. We also had our own Free State, like a night vigil, where Mr. Eugene Teto and all these people came there. And then we told them that you're not welcome here because you're not from the Free State. This is for the Free State people. So please go back to wherever you come from. And they went back. And then the next day then that happened, it was on a Friday. I think the next day that happened, it's when we got all those buses. So that is the story of the buses from my side. Right. I think maybe in terms of administration and people who are organizing buses, Mr. Mpomulepo will be maybe in a good position to explain, because he was the one who was preparing the buses and coordinating.
Thank you so much, because you've actually taken the questions out of my mouth. And the way I want to lead this particular question, you've also assisted me there, Mr. Mpo, because my interest lies now in, was there an instruction given for the buses to be procured? You also mentioned that there were extra buses, which confused the people. So was there an instruction for the extra buses? You have now said that you think that the department paid for the 9 buses for the respective provinces, but there were extra buses. Who paid for those buses, those extra ones? Mr. Mpo, can you please assist?
The extra buses were about 4 of them that came on the first night, and we refused them entry into the conference. And in the following morning, that's when we realized that there were also old people in the buses and all of that, and they were crying of hunger. We then allowed them in when the conference was starting. We allowed them in to go for catering, because we were also feeling very bad that all these people slept outside the venue. They were not catered for. We did not know where they came from. And while we brought them into the conference venue to catering in the morning, instead of sitting at the catering room, they then went, after eating, they went straight to the conference, and that's when the disruption of the conference started.
Thank you so much. Please tell me, Mr. Mpo.
And that becomes the amount of money that we then incurred in terms of their accommodation, their catering, and actually paying for those buses, because then they stayed for the entire conference.
Mr. Mpo, hold on. Tell me in no uncertain terms, these 4 extra buses, where did the funds come from for those buses?
I think from assumption that they came there chanting for one person, we all believed that they were organized by Eugene himself, because they came
who
for
paid
him.
for it? Organizing something
We don't
is
know how
one
he paid. I don't know how he paid for them to come, but they were his people and they were supporting him, and they disrupted the conference with him.
All right, no, that's fine. That's fine. So if I ask you where the CIFSA paid for those buses, what would your answer be?
No, CIFSA didn't pay for those 4 buses.
All right, so it was
the 9 buses were paid by government to various provinces, and those were official delegates.
All right. Please tell me now, those buses that came here with the placards and stuff on, who were the occupants of those buses? Were they artists?
It was young, old people from various provinces. We don't know if they were artists or not, but some faces of other artists were there who were also in support of Eugene.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. All right.
If I may come in, I work for an organization called the Recording Industry of South Africa.
Mr. Ndlandla, please proceed,
Okay.
Honorable Daniels.
Thank you very much. So I'm happy that you've given me or us the whole picture of the extra buses that came to cause confusion, but you made mention that that is where the other expenses were incurred, because the people catering and accommodation, the extra expenses that were incurred for those people who came there hungry. Which expenses are you referring to? I don't want to assume anything. Expenses from where? From which coffers?
From us as the coordinating committee of the interim committee, we then had to arrange for them to be accommodated at the venue, which was extra. We didn't budget for that. We had to arrange that they are now included as part of catering at the conference venue. So when there's a discussion around 720 that was carried over as a debt in 2014, that money came from that expenditure that we had to incur from the venue and the catering, which we did not budget. It was not within the 5 million that we were given.
Thank you very much. So, Honorable Mtetwa, is that the conference, the elective conference, where Honorable Mtetwa did not make it, where he lost?
That's where Tony won the conference against him, Mtetwa, which was really chaotic.
All right. My last question then, or statement here, is that seeing that this was a very heavy contestation, I couldn't expect it to go smooth. And Honorable Mtetwa didn't make it there. Was he aware at the time that the expenses incurred for catering for these people that came with the buses that he arranged, was he aware that that's coming from CIFSA?
I guess when we carried over the debt, by that time he had lost the conference, and I mean, it just became worse, the situation there. But I guess he wouldn't have known that we're now incurring the cost for his people, or whoever those people were coming from, whatever the case may be, and how they related with him. Because he was not interested in listening. He was interested in getting the leadership. And that's why the conference was disrupted. And people shouldn't lie about that conference. When we arrived as an interim committee and we wanted to present the report.
Sorry, I don't think my interest lies in how the conference went. That is, with all respect, irrelevant for the purpose of this interrogation.
Okay.
That is a contestation that took place there, and the outcome was then clear. So, Honorable Mthethwa at the time served as a member of SIFSA on the Finance Committee. Is that correct?
100%.
Thank you very much. I would like to, I stand down on my questions on the buses. I would
Honorable
like,
Daniels, before you go to your next batch of questions, I see a few hands. I just want to explain the process. We gave the department, we gave the entities opportunities to present. They have presented, and now it is the opportunity of members to ask questions on what was presented. So I find it a little bit difficult to give an opportunity while honorable members interrogate and decided and chose who to interrogate. I find it difficult to give members of entities an opportunity if they raise their hands. If it's really crucial, I will give an opportunity later on. But I want to bring all of us again back the fact that we have set boundaries. And I think what the committee is interested in this whole exercise of what is transpired here today is not personal issues. It is the community at large, and we as a committee are interested in issues that involve public funds. The issues been mentioned, and I can't dictate what to ask and not to ask, but I just want to caution. The issues mentioned now, it's clearly issues that has to do with personal issues that has transpired there.
No, Chair. No, this is not personal. It's not personal, Chair.
If the
It's not
questions,
No,
is related
don't interject on the chair.
the spending of public
Quiet.
funds
this has been unfair, man.
in terms
Chairperson,
of the
can I
boundaries
rise on a
that
point
we
of
set.
order, Chair?
Point of order, Chair.
Can I rise on a point of order, Chair?
What's your point of order, Honorable Khabo?
You know, Chair, it can't be correct that, and for a long time you have allowed this behavior to continue. And you know, a behavior that is left unattended, it continues as if it's a normal thing when it's an abnormal thing. There is this official by the name of Mpho who continues to disrupt you while you are making your inputs there. And this is a tendency that I've been observing in particular on how these officials are conducting themselves, as in when statements are being uttered. It cannot be correct, Chairperson. I was calling order on Mpho, or the official by the name of Mpho, who kept on saying, no, this is unfair, no, this is personal, when you were raising the views, Chairperson. And I would want us to look into this matter. Specifically, the administration must be able to identify this official, and we attend to this official, because it cannot be correct. This thing has been happening for too long. It's now as if we're invited by SIFSA to their meeting, where they would behave as if they are in their own meeting. And this is a parliamentary sitting. Would plead with them to respect this sitting and respect themselves in the process. But if they are unable to respect themselves, they must at least respect the decorum of these engagements. Please, Chairperson.
I agree, Honorable Khabo. I've made the point, and I belay the point again, that we cannot allow that this meeting becomes a public trial. We are interested in the I'm going to give you an opportunity now. We are interested, and again, I want to say, in the systemic issues of SIFSA. Honorable Molatani.
No, Chairperson, I support Honorable Khabo, and we can't be bullied by that official. I think it's more than twice or thrice you've been calling that official into order. Take him out,
Yes.
Chairperson. He mustn't
Yes,
come here with our time.
Yes, it's not the only official that is doing this, but I'm lenient. I want them in this meeting, and I want them to hear, and I want them to hear the truth. Actually, also with the demand from various members to extend this, investigation. The Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Sorry, Chair, through you. He's not an official, just an ordinary member of the society. It's not an official.
Who's that, Honorable Mtetwa?
Sorry, Chair, I said through you, Mpo is not an official. He's an actor. He's just an ordinary member who's just being arrogant here in this meeting. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for the rectification. The Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. I want to move on to another point, and then I'm going to wrap up after that. Ms. Yvonne Chaka Chaka, our Princess of Africa, can you switch your camera on, please? Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, sir.
I just want to check with you. Honorable Mtetwa, with his opening statements and or remarks, he said that you were innocently being misled. And then later on, when Honorable Mtetwa was busy with interrogations, you were grilled and told that you've penned your signature to certain documentations. So my question to you is, did Honorable Mtetwa, who initially said that you were innocently misled on a few things, did he take the time to come to you and consult with you and talk to you in confidence about the things that he believed was not right or correct, about the things that he believed that you fell in a trap being misled innocently, as Honorable Mtetwa has put it? Did he take the time to come sit with you and discuss those things with you from a sincere point of view to assist in the matter, with him being a member of SISFA?
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you for that question. I think the intention of us forming this organization was for the good of the industry. And it is known that artists are not together. So Mr. Mtetwa is a respected member of the creative industry. So are the other people. As I said, with my disclaimer, I was not in most of the meetings because I was traveling, doing all my UN work. So most of the time, Mr. Kit Sitole would be there. Once or twice, Mr. Mtetwa came to me. I think he complained about, well, he didn't complain. He just said he wants to make me aware. It was Ndlovu Mncedisi's company. These are the lawyers who were helping us to put the MOU. And those were not asked by us. They were brought to us, that I can confirm, by the then Minister, Mashatile. He's the one who introduced those people to us because we were the interim committee and we had to consult with the minister and the department for everything that we were doing. Obviously, governance plays a very important part. But at that time, as I said, we were appointed in March and we kept on working from March until September. Money was only put in the account in September for us to do all the work. It was just only then, because I even said at the beginning of the meeting, I don't like sitting with the creative industry people because 5 or 10 years later we'll be called to come and account. Now we need to do things correctly. But because there was not much time, the Ndlovu people were brought by the minister, and I know that it was consulted with the department to have Mpo arrange for all the provinces because he had the know-how and he could do it. So for Mr. Mtetwa really to say I was misled, I know he spoke to me after this to say your intentions were very good, but have these people were stealing money when you were not there. That's what he said to me. And I said, I find it very sad because I thought we were working with credible people. So, Chair, I'm tempted to say it's actually very sad that here we are not playing the ball, we're playing the man. And this should not happen. I'm an elder, but I respect everybody who's here. I think the rift between all these people should come to an end. I'm subjecting myself to the committee to say we as the interim committee did what we were meant to do. And if there's any interrogation that needs to be done, I'm open to it and I would let everybody do that. That's why when I was given 5 days to put that document, I took my time and I did that because I had nothing to hide. And I was hoping that everybody who was part of putting CIFSA together, we had one common goal, to put the creative industry in the good stead. But as I'm sitting here, people are trying to settle scores, and this is not right. This should not be happening.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the context, the broad context, and giving us all as committee members insight into what is going on. Just one more question, and I'm going to move over to Honorable Mtetwa, to where I'm going to wrap up. Ms. Yvonne Chaka, forgive me if I didn't get it. Did Honorable Mtetwa come to you for like somebody who comes with a shoulder to lean on as a supporting structure to say, you are being misled, let us discuss this with you. I need to help you because you're falling into traps because you were, like you said, innocently misled. Did he come and offer you that support?
As I'm saying, Chair, Mr. Daniels, as I'm saying, he only complained to me once about the company called NFC Ndlovu something, because he said they were helping us put all the documents. And these were the people who were brought by the minister, Mashatile, at the time. That's the only thing. Otherwise, I even said to him, I expect you to do the right thing. I expect Nhlanhla to do the right thing. And in fact, somebody came to me because I had said, we need to do all this work without getting paid. And I was told that somebody said, who the hell do I think I am for us to work for nothing? But I promise you, when I was chairing this, I was hoping that I'm working with men of integrity and women of integrity. So if Mr. Mtetwa felt there was something wrong, I wish he would have come. He said that to me afterwards to say, I know your intentions were good, but the people that you worked with were robbing you blind. I think those were his words, something like that. I said, I feel very, very bad because my intentions was not to make money from CIFSA or to steal money, but to make sure that the industry is put in a good state and we've got a great bargaining power. So he probably was concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson, my last person I'm going to call into the stand is Honorable Mtetwa, Chairperson.
Honorable Mtetwa, please take the stand. Proceed, Honorable Daniels.
Yes, I'm here, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Mtetwa, you said with your opening statements that you were barred from saying anything. That's correct. I heard you correctly, did I? You are now on the CIFSA side.
Participating at this meeting.
But not now a member of the committee.
I'm saying that you said I'm conflicted and you were trying to bar me from participating because you are concerned about my confliction. That's what I meant.
You never so when you spoke
me from participating, and I don't understand why.
So the clarity I'm seeking, you made reference to being barred from speaking. You did not refer to as a member of CIFS.
Am I losing? Am I losing you or what? Is it my network?
I'm not
or
too
yours?
sure whether.
I think it's your network, Honorable Mtetwa. If you can switch off your video. Honorable Mtetwa.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't get the question, Chair, because it was breaking on my side.
No, sure, I appreciate that. Let me rephrase the question. Was my understanding correct that as a member of CIFSA, when you saw all these things that you did not agree with, that you were barred from saying anything at the time? Is my understanding correct?
I was bad.
Yes.
Oh, you're talking about during that time, or during the time when I was a member of CIFSA. I thought you were referring to the beginning of the meeting.
No.
This meeting. Okay. Yes, I was barred from talking, even at the conference.
Yes.
The interim committee had a meeting alone with the minister. They never invited me. I was sitting in my room because I was not supposed to be in that meeting because they knew that I am going to raise my concerns. And one of those concerns is that when you talk of this company that was given this responsibility to draft an MOI, it came at a cost of 300,000. Where have you ever had an MOI coming at the cost of 300,000? And by a member who was sitting
that's fine, Honorable Mr. Mtetwa.
Yeah.
I want to remind you, sitting on the side of CISFA now. You are not on our side.
Okay. Okay, Honorable Member.
Thank you so much. Now, we know that injustice continues to grow and thrive when good people do nothing to check it. And you were barred. Now, with all this mess that brought us here today, and these investigations of which you were very much a part of, and even worse, on the Finance Committee, are you saying that you were barred because you are playing victim to the mess that the institution finds itself in? And don't you think that you must take a share of the apportionment of all the wrongdoings that brought CIFSA here before us? Don't you believe that you must take a apportionment of the wrongdoings there as a member?
You see, when it comes to corporate governance, good governance, I know it from A to Z. In meetings, was noted as saying, this is not right. I wrote an email to the Secretary General raising my concerns. I have that email. I've written 2018 to the SIU requesting an investigation because at the conference I couldn't speak. I was, in fact, the mic was taken away. The minister sent somebody to take away the mic from me when everybody else was queuing to speak on the line. I was the only one who was not allowed. Okay.
Now, Mr.
I've written to the public protector. I'm showing you that I've made effort to get this thing. Why would I do that if I'm part of that? I've distanced myself nicely. Even in the court of law, I will take.
Mr. Mtetwa,
Honorable Member.
I was about to ask you, you've written, you've sent emails, you've made submissions earlier on that you've insisted on audited financials, you've sent emails citing that the Finance Committee is not sitting. that is not somebody that's bad, because you've expressed your dissatisfaction in doing so. Now, with all the mess that's been going, you need to tell this committee, what did you do as a member? Because from where we are sitting, we see you as someone that was swimming alongside the same stream of maladministration and corruption.
You are trying so hard.
So
You
what
are
did you...
trying. Sorry, Honorable Member. I'm saying you've been trying from the beginning of this meeting. You are trying to drag me. I'm saying
What did you do?
I've brought this SIFSA in front of this portfolio committee. I'm the one who requested this SIFSA to appear. The first time, the second time, I'm the one.
No order.
Yeah.
When you were at SIFSA as a member, you are responding to this committee as a member of SIFSA. What did you do then not to swim along with us in the same stream?
What did I do?
Yes.
I don't know whether you're deaf. You're not hearing me when I say I did APC, everything that I did when I was with SIFSA. And when I came to become a member of parliament on the 6th parliament, I'm the one who was requesting, was looking for SIFSA, downtown, all these things. This is not the first time I've been raising this on the 7th. And what is it that I was supposed to do or maybe I was supposed to do what General Mkhwanazi did and go and do a public, a media statement, because I've been talking to the powers that being, nobody lives. Even the minister, I reported to the then minister, these corrupt activities that were happening. He never did anything about it. What was I supposed to do?
So
you can advise me, what was I supposed to do?
Chairperson, my question directed to Mr. Mthethwa is not as any bearing to do with at the time when he was a member of parliament. My interest lies when he was not a member of parliament, when he was a member of SIFSA. So my question speaks purely to when you were a member of SIFSA and there was no committee sitting and that. My question is very simple, and I trust you understand. Not unless I have to give pictures to accompany my questions. Please tell me if I need to do that. As a member of SIFSA, what did you do to go against the stream?
I did indicate that listening is a skill. Listening is a skill. I said to you, during the sittings, I said to you, if you can listen to me, you you interject me. When I'm answering you, you interject. That's why you can't hear me.
You insisted for audited financials?
Okay, can you allow us to talk, please?
You are not allowing me to respond to your question. I'm not talking about bringing the forensic. I'm talking about when I was in the interim committee appointed by Minister Paul Mashatile. During that period, I raised my concerns in the meetings. If you ask them to give you minutes of the meetings, ask them if they do have minutes, I wonder. Ask them to give you the minutes of the meetings during the interim committee and see who was against so many things that were happening. Even the issue of MOI, I was saying we should resort to the constitution. We can draft the constitution of this organization. But because there was a clear intention to siphon the money out of SIFSA, there was intention. And I spoke against it. I'm saying to you again, Secretary General Nhlanhla Sibisi should have an email from me where I was complaining about the finance committee not having said, and I was saying, I don't think we are capacitated. Mr. Dodoma Namodi, there's an email from Dodoma Namodi where he's saying, he responded by saying that he was coming from a funeral of his relative. And I said, but how does that, what do you want me to do? You want me to sympathize with you? I'm not here to be blamed for things that don't happen. And I was concerned about processes, systems. That's what I was concerned about. I was not attacking people. I was saying, as far as I know, the finance committee is the one that prepares recommendations to the board to say that this is fine, we can. This is the key. But how do you start spending money as an organization without those approvals? There was no approval. I don't remember. They can give me those minutes to show that the board, I call it the board because the interim was acting as a board of the interim CIFSA. Let them give you the minutes. Let them give you the minutes. That shows that Eugene was quiet, didn't say anything.
We will request copies of those minutes. And my last question to you, Mr. Last, because it is important, because
yes.
you were a member of parliament today. You were not back then, and it's important for the country to know what you did. So my last question to you is: you also made allegations that there were no procurement processes in place, and that members of the interim committee appointed their own people and family as service providers. That is what you said earlier on. Can you just take 1 minute to elaborate on that, please, for us to understand as a committee?
I will forward you a communication that I had with SIU in 2018, okay? With all these allegations, and I'm saying allegations. I'm not saying Eugene procured the buses. I'm saying allegations. And you can draw from, I think Dodoma Namodi is here. He can answer to say how were the auditors, supposedly auditors, who were also auditing his own company, who ended up supposedly, how do you audit a night before the conference? That's why I distanced myself even from those financials at the conference. I told them I'm not gonna allow those financials to be submitted with there's no auditing that happened there, I can tell you. And the company, go and check it. I've just asked somebody to check it at CIPC. Go check it. Who are the directors of Well Run? It was alleged that one of the directors is Mr. Dodom Namodi's deceased sister, who was then given I mean, even the chairperson herself doesn't remember, doesn't know how those auditors were procured. And this is what I'm saying. You can't procure. If they say they procured in a proper manner, then they don't understand what PFMA dictates, where there's public funds used. They must show you adverts that they issued to request the services. They must tell you minutes and show you if there was a committee that was dealing adjudication process that was dealing with selecting a particular company from 5 that came forth. Please let them send you those minutes and show you adverts that they were issued under the interim committee. Those directors must be, the directors, as far as I know, they must be declared delinquent if they don't take fiduciary duties. We were there to look after the government, the public funds. We were there to guide. Minister Paul Mashatile, when he nominated people, he nominated them based on where they were coming from, the skills, based on from the sectors. But there are those who were parachuted for a deliberate. And unfortunately, he's not here to answer. Minister Natim Teto is not here to answer. There's no such.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would request that Honorable Mtetwa backs up what he said and submit those things that he sent to the SIU to the committee, Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Mtetwa. Thank you, Chair.
I raise my hands. I just come now. I'm sorry. I asked the meeting that I will be late. Now I'm here more than 1 hour. Can I say something? Because here
you just... That. You should know how the committee works.
Where do you come from? Honorables. Can I talk, Chair?
But that's not how the committee works. I'm not the chairperson. Chairperson, thank you.
No, I'm talking to Chair. I'm talking to Chair. It's off.
Unmute, please, Chairperson.
Can I continue,
Yeah.
Chair?
Yeah.
Aye. I've been listening here. I'm sorry for coming late. Went somewhere, but
Can you please mute Mr. Kobani?
Mute what? You want to see my face?
Can you delete Mr. Kobani from this meeting?
Aye.
Thank you so much. Aye. I'm not the chief, sir. Thank you.
Please, thank you. Yeah, we are two hours behind our time. I have given members the opportunities, and I've given the last opportunity to Honorable Daniels, who has interrogated a former member as well of the board on issues that he raised. I just want to mention that for clarity. I want to say thank you to everyone for their contribution. I think this meeting was long overdue, and we have now better insight on what is what is transpired in SIFSA. Numerous recommendations has been made. There are concerns, there are rebuttals and responses on CPIC. Thank you, Honorable Kabo, for mentioning that. The issues raised on agreements, the issue raised on piecemeal reports, which raised the eyebrows, and also the Audi Altram rule and natural justice that I feel as the chairperson of this portfolio committee was not fully adhered to have a full, complete understanding of what is transpired. We also call for closer working relationship, as our icon Yvonne has said. Let us focus on the resources that are accounted for. I think that's the crux. And what is happening in some of the entities is actually shocking. But members who enlighten us with their knowledge and their expertise and their way of interrogating and their way of oversight, I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to the department. Again, we have to work closer to one another. We cannot have an entity preparing 2-3 days before reports. And also the fact that some of those, as reported by the department, were not in reach. But we have a duty to this country. And we should not stop in the way and the manner and the fashion we are dealing with these issues. I'm now going to adjourn this meeting for 20 minutes following our second point on the agenda. I am so sorry for giving a comfort break only now. I'll safe to say that I was the only one most of the time with my video on. So I could not leave my video like Mr. Kobani, who just left his video, and when I call upon him, he was nowhere to be found. So this is not a sponsorship. We will deal with Parliament the way we want to. I'm going to appeal to those that still have some pressing issues on their heart to submit in writing to the department and the committee their submissions. And we will also circulate or find these resolutions on the website as far as the recommendations from the committee is concerned. Our second item on the agenda will be the report by DSEC on the lucky fans, officials, and other selected people who traveled to the World Cup. It's now 16:40. We will proceed exactly 5 o'clock. This meeting is adjourned until 5 o'clock, and see you there.
Thank you, Chair.
Danko. Danko.
Baie dankie, meneer.
Donald Duck.
Thank you very much.
Fatampoza.
Sure.
Mute Mphoso zindaba zakho.
Portfolio Secretary, am I audible? Am I visible?